Alrighty, hello. Hi there. How's everybody doing? There's like literally nobody here. Oh man. Literally nobody here, huh? Hmm. Yeah, so uh not where to start? Well, as usual, Twitter's blowing up as Twitter does when it comes to this stuff. It's not like full on trending. I think I noticed that like it's not full on trending. Like there's some stuff here. This is my bookmark actually. We're gonna go to explore. Yeah, like before it was like full on trending. This time it's like it's not full on trending, but it is kind of like somewhat blowing up. The grifters going all out. It's sad because it's like I feel like it's not even just grifters anymore. I literally just think it's people who like interact with the series on the side and don't really like engage with it, and it's a little jarring and can be kind of disheartening. I like tried to fucking engage with some of these people and just like they're just so off in their own like place and their own interpretation of the story that some haven't even fucking read it, you know. That it can feel very disheartening because you feel like you're talking to a brick wall and they're like you're just wrong, and then and then when they do that it feels like you're being gaslit. That's why you guys should like be careful with spaces on Twitter and stuff. Like be very careful with being on places like Twitter, Reddit, or engaging in online discourse, because it can very easily make you feel like you're being gaslit and you're completely wrong about this thing you know is correct. And so that's not the greatest way to start this stream, mind you. Not the greatest way to start this stream. But I guess I just wanted to share that because I made the mistake of like trying to engage with some people, and you know they clearly hadn't read the story or anything, and I have this like deep need to to like reason with people. I guess I guess it stems from the fact that I want to make this like video that I haven't made, that I've put off for fucking years. Right, maybe it just stems from that, this deep need to like do this thing that I've just kind of put off for years. Ironic considering this story, you know. Ironic considering this story. um but yeah, other than that, so there's a lot to go through this time around. I did a few different analysis on the chapter on Twitter. Like I wrote like a few different threads. I'm already immune to the haste of the series. I'll never ruin my enjoyment of the series. Oh, no, don't get me wrong. It's not that it'll ruin my enjoyment of the series. It's just that I personally have a bit of anxiety sometimes, in particular, kind of a bit of a social anxiety when it comes to like engaging with people in public and kind of having faith in my arguments, especially because like sometimes like I just kind of doubt myself. So I get this like little bit of anxiety that I just kind of need to talk about sometimes. Like this is me venting to you guys. You're literally my fucking venting, right? I'm literally just fucking venting to you guys. But it gets under your skin when there is a lot of people, a lot of big and loud people, which makes you feel like you're wrong. These are big accounts. There are a lot of people saying this stuff, and it gets under your skin because it makes you feel like you're wrong, and that's more so what it's not going to ruin my enjoyment of the series. I don't think anything would ever really ruin my enjoyment of the series unless there's like just a really stupid fucking decision. But in terms of like loud people who say a lot of stuff, it can very, very easily get under your skin. Because it feels like you can't reason with people, and that's scary. It's quite scary to feel like you're just like talking to people, and they constantly make you feel like you're wrong and you're stupid and you don't know what the fuck you're saying. So it just gets under your skin a little bit, you know. That's what I mean. JP was so annoying in the newest video. Even the thumbnail was misleading. Oh yeah, I mean that's. Who are you kidding? Like literally, his last video, it just came up on my feed. Just gonna say it right now. It just came up on my feed. Someone like was talking about it. I'm like, what the fuck? And it said account muted. So I clicked on it as Chibi reviews. I'm like, God damn it. God fucking damn it. So I saw the last thumbnail and the recent thumbnail. And the last thumbnail was like, oh, is Kazuya gonna beat the allegations? I'm like, what fucking allegations? I didn't watch the video. I don't fucking give a shit. And then I see this one, and the other one comes up today, and then it's like, ooh, this Kazuya beat the allegations. He's getting some pipe, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, a way to romanticize a chapter that's actually like really fucking sad. Like this chapter is genuinely really fucking sad and kind of like hard to watch. Like literally, remember when we were reading Reddit, a lot of people were talking about like sexual assault, and they're like, this feels like that. This literally feels like that, and that is the point. It is meant to feel like that. That's the idea. Ruka is taking it too far. Whereas something like this would be really cute if it was like if they were actually in a relationship. It turned into something really dark when you realize they're not in a relationship and this is wrong and Kazuya doesn't want to do this, right? Like his immediate instinct is to run out of the room. I think that's really fucking telling, right? That if Kazuya's immediate instinct is to literally run out of the room because this freaks him out that much, that says a lot about what the problem is here, that this is not a good thing, right? He doesn't imagine this with Ruka. He doesn't want to do this with Ruka. And people don't look at it this way because they're like, oh, it's a guy and a girl, and so the guy's being lucky, right? The guy's lucky to have this, right? Instead of actually acknowledging the fact that a man may not enjoy being with a woman just because like she's a girl. Like that's stupid as hell, you know? I'm gonna adjust this a little bit. Right. And that's the sad part that like Ruka was choosing to look away from, you know? She was choosing not to see the truth, and in so doing, just ignore the fact that she was in this moment actually hurting Kazuya and actually getting in the way of the relationship. Ruka wasn't gonna actually get actively in the way of the relationship. This is why she didn't look. I think that's the cool part about the chapter. You essentially get a bit of contextualization as to what was going on with Ruka here. Where when she tells Kazuya here, like after Hawaiians, like I didn't want to get in the way and to ruin your relationship or get in the between that. It was actually quite telling because what was happening is like, oh, that explains why Ruka, despite seeing things, chose not to look. It wasn't just blind trust, right? It wasn't just blind trust. No. Like remember those chapters where we went back where chapter 347 and 348, when we were reading those chapters, I was saying Ruka just really trusted Kazuya. Actually, no, you just got a little bit more contextualization on those chapters. She didn't just outright trust Kazuya. No, she chose to look away. She knew what was happening. All the signs were pointing to the fact that Kazuya was fucking lying to her. And she looked away because she was too scared to face the truth. She was too scared to let go, as you're literally seeing her hold on to him. She's literally behind him holding on, please don't go. When Kazuya runs to the door, please don't go. It's Ruka doesn't want to let this relationship go. That's what was happening that whole time. You thought, like, yes, on one hand, Kazuya was fucking lying to her, and in a sense, somewhat leading her on. He's letting her live this illusion, right? Kazuya was letting her live this illusion. In a sense, he was making a mistake. He was in some ways leading Ruka on. On another, you realize literally from this dialogue, oh no, she fucking knew, and she was okay with that. She was content living an illusion. She was content with living this lie. That's why this is really fucking sad, right? That's why this is really fucking sad. She saw the signs, and she's like, nope, I don't want to address this, because if I address this, I may make this real. If I address this, my deepest fears will come real. That's why Ruka doesn't want to face this, right? It literally mirrors Kazuya. Kazuya's deepest fears of why he's afraid to talk to Chizuru about certain things, such as mommy or her feelings or Umi, is literally because these are his deepest fears and he's afraid they're going to come true. That's why he doesn't address this. And that's why what Reiji's doing here is actually a massive misdirection. You literally, from the very start of this arc, you were presented a misdirection that this was all about Chizuru, right? You thought Chizuru is absolutely central to everything that is going on. The biggest misdirection that you were presented is that this was actually all about Kazuya. This was there from the 3 months. This was the big, massive misdirection that Reiji intentionally showed to you from the very start. Everything hinged on Chizuru's actions. So you thought it all hinges on Chizuru's choices, right? It's all about Chizuru. Chizuru has to decide. Chizuru has to resolve the Ruka situation. Chizuru has to resolve the mommy situation. Chizuru has to do this. Chizuru has to do that. In reality, it is Kazuya choosing not to see. It is literally Kazuya choosing not to see. He is living an illusion. And it is complete misdirection. He literally flipped it intentionally right? And he's literally telling you from the start, hey, aren't there like things that aren't adding up about this text? Aren't there like certain pieces of information that are not adding up about this text? In this particular case, this is Ruka living her own illusion, and Kazuya essentially let her live this illusion as a mirror to how, in a sense, a flip of Hawaiians, if you will. Right, it's a flip of Hawaiians, where in Hawaiians he was letting his grandmother live a dream. Right, she was living this dream where Kazuya and Chizuru were dating. Chizuru was like the ideal and all this stuff, and she was happy with all that stuff, you know. And Kazuya was trying to make that dream a reality, right, for himself, for his grandmother, for the people around him. But that was kind of the wrong way to go about it, you know. With Ruka, this is a flip of that, but in a darker case. Okay, with Grandma Nagomi, sure, you weren't they. It's Grandma Nagomi. It's okay. It's okay to like let her live this little life. She's an old lady. She's kind of just living this thing, and it's fine. It did escalate a little too much with the ring, but with Ruka, she has her future ahead of her, right? With Ruka, she has her future ahead of her, and she should have a real relationship. Don't ever treat yourself as secondary, right? You should pick someone who wants to value you as number one, right? Not your secondary. Don't ever settle for a relationship that treats you as secondary. And this is, to me, the breaking point. Kura, like one of the earliest Japanese fans when it comes to this series, and he was making like content from a long time ago, literally like agreed with me. He's like, oh yeah, no, this feels like the end. Like, this feels like the end of the Ruka situation where Kazuya is going to have to make like a choice and end it. And to me, like the way I see this scene is like Ruka has essentially put the proverbial noose around her neck, and that's it, right? In the past few chapters, chapter 401, chapter 402, and then chapter 403 this time, we had comparisons to go back to. For instance, chapter 402, the last chapter, if you go to chapter 204, you'll notice something really fucking interesting. If you go to chapter 204, it's literally the chapter where Ruka talks to Grandma Nagomi about the lie, right? About a lie, the lie that Chizuru and Kazuya are telling her a lie. That's what got introduced last chapter, right? That's the flip of last chapter where there is a lie in plain sight. And then you go to chapter 240. What's chapter 240? Chapter 240, like, and what I'm doing here is I'm flipping the numbers, I'm playing around, because every single chapter that is a flip of this one acts as is actually quite relevant. So, right, chapter 204, like we were just talking about this one, if you go to it, right, this we talked about this when we were streaming chapter 402. Right, you had this whole thing where Ruka was telling her, hey, what if she's lying? What if Chizuru is lying, right? So you had this thing that Kazuya was worried about, that this might happen, and Ruka realized she could literally never win, right? It's not about winning. Grandma Sayuri or Grandma Nagomi already views Chizuru as her own daughter, right? She already views her as her own daughter. She says, I'm sure I could do it. I could be happy for her, right? This acts as a reverse of what's going on. So that chapter was relevant. If you go to chapter 240, what happens in chapter 240? It's when Chizuru goes over to Kazuya's place. Huh. Isn't that weird? Right? The chapter where Chizuru goes over to Kazuya's place is the same exact chapter, or is the reverse of the current chapter, where Ruka goes to Kazuya's place. Chizuru goes to Kazuya's place at night. Ruka goes to Kazuya's place in the morning. What does Chizuru do when she enters his place? She says, close the door. This is a flip of last chapter. She tells him to close the door. Why? Because in the next chapter we find out, because of Ruka. Oh, she didn't want Ruka to just kind of show up. This is also thematically telling Kazuya, okay, don't let anyone else in. Right? Right? Let me in, don't let anyone else in. This is just me and you, nobody else, right? Now, the current chapter, 403, you can think of it as a flip of chapter 304. What is chapter 304? Chapter 304, let's go to it really fast, is when Kazuya notices something wrong with Chizuru, keeps trying to help, he cooks for her, he does all these things for her, and she tells him, I'm on my period. Right? She opens up about this really private and uncomfortable topic. right? Chizuru trusts him that much that she opens up about this uncomfortable topic, right? Because he put so much effort into it. So this alien topic to him. This acts as a flip of the current chapter. Why? Why does this act as a flip of the current chapter, right? Period versus sex. Literally two contrasting elements, right? A deep physical pain, and then here we're dealing with Ruka trying to fill a hole through lust, right? Because she feels this deep desire, in contrast to the emotional pain she doesn't want to feel, right? The emotional pain that she hides behind Kazuya and that she doesn't open up about, right? Ruka doesn't open up about her pain, what she's actually going through. Chizuru does. Chizuru does tell him. Chizuru actually sees what he's doing and talks to him. Another chapter we can compare to this one, if we flip the numbers again, is chapter 340, which I talked about yesterday as well, where where Minnie and Kazuya are doing the scouting, and Kazuya gets asked the question, have you ever cheated on your partner? And he hesitates to answer because he's not sure if if what Ruka did to him equates as cheating, right? And Minnie judges him. Minnie harshly judges him, something that becomes a deep fear for him, where when he talks to Chizuru about cheating, he's not sure how to answer. Because what is constituted as cheating, and Chizuru struggles with that too, right? But Kazuya's, no, I didn't. I never cheated. My emotions were never there. I didn't do that. It was Ruka who did that. Here, you see another part to this, right? Do you value your lover more than your friend? Oh, this is interesting. And then he imagines it, and yes, he does value Chizuru more than Kibe. Now, take that and flip it onto Ruka, right? Kazuya does ultimately value Chizuru more than Ruka. That's just a fact. He's never going to value Ruka the same amount as he does the person he actually loves. That doesn't work. You're not going to be able to do that. Like, some people will have like polyamorous relationships, but like this isn't that story. This is not a story with a harem ending. You have to understand, this is not a story with a harem ending. It's not going to do that ever. If anything, to me, what this feels like is like, hey, you know how a lot of stories, like you'll have some stories like Origairu or some other stories where the main girl likes the main guy and then she gets rejected. Well, usually those stories end like when in high school, or they end at certain points where they're not super deeply invested into a relationship. What if you get really deeply invested into a relationship and it still has to end? And the person is younger than you and they don't want to stop. And you have to make a really hard fucking choice to hurt them because they're not going to listen. Ruka is not going to stop. She's too invested. She can't stop. And she's gonna have to get hurt. And this is something I don't think we see in many shonen rom-coms. I don't think so. I've read a lot of shonen rom-coms. I've seen it in some other stories that are not shonen, right? I've seen it in other stories that are not shonen rom-coms. But I don't recall many off the top of my head, the shonen rom-coms, that is, where there's such a brutal heartbreak. Even Maison Ikkoku kind of skitters around this a little bit, you know? Maison Ikkoku has Kyoko turned down Mitaka, but there was never a deep relationship between her and Mitaka. She just kind of felt guilty and bad. And that like, it maybe acts a little similar to Kazuya, but I would say, like, the way what's his name? Gude had to deal with his breakup was different because the girl had already kind of moved on. You know? She wasn't really in the relationship to begin with. And I feel like what Reiji's building here is just a really painful and bad breakup. Which is just not something like, and that's the thing too, Mitaka lets go. In the end, Mitaka chooses to let go. This feels like a really sad breakup. And I can't think of many that are this human and painful that come to mind. This is what to me is Reiji's building to. Reiji to me is building towards a really sad breakup. Like a really shitty one. That's not gonna end well because this took too damn long. This took way too damn long. Now, someone pointed out, what about chapter 43? Okay, that's an interesting one. Let's go to chapter 43. So yeah, again, there was shoot. So let's see what else here. Minnie, we also missed the fact that Minnie hides her answer, right? Minnie hides her answer from Kazuya with her hand. This is big because what happens, right? A lot of this chapter is rooted in hands, right? What is Ruka constantly doing? Literally using her hand to control Kazuya, to make him do things, right? To try and make him do things, right? So Minnie covering Kazuya's hand literally mirrors how Ruka tries to grab Kazuya's crotch constantly, right? She covers his face, Ruka covers his crotch. And that uncomfortableness of not actually showing yourself, of constantly hiding and not being honest, that's a big factor to Minnie here in this chapter. That flips onto Ruka because I've told you before, Ruka and Minnie are the reverse of each other, right? Their very nature of their introduction is built on literally the same exact thing. Ruka shows up and uses blackmail to try to get Kazuya into a relationship. Minnie shows up, literally recorded him on her phone, and says she's keeping this just in case. And it's like, Minnie, the fuck? Right? And then she proceeds to say, you're my master. I want to humbly call you master. And yet, who's the one who has the leverage? Right? Kazuya and Minnie are friends, and yet Minnie has a leverage over him. In contrast, it's the same thing with Ruka, right? She wants to date Kazuya, she wants to be with him, and yet she has this leverage over him, and she doesn't really process that. Kazuya doesn't view Minnie in a negative way, right? The whole blackmail thing just kind of disappears and goes to the back of your mind. You never think of it again. Whereas with Ruka, it's seemingly kind of always there. It's kind of floating in the background. You're worried Ruka's gonna fucking do something. Whereas with Minnie, you don't ever feel like Minnie's actually gonna do something, right? And yet Minnie is a complete blabbermouth. Whereas Ruka is like more instinctually reactive, right? And so these two characters parallel each other. So to create this contrast between Minnie and Ruka here is very intentional because, hey, look at what Minnie is secretly doing in the background in an emotional sense, whereas you're seeing, okay, what is Ruka doing what is Ruka hiding in a physical sense, right? Ruka's hiding things physically, Minnie is hiding things emotionally, right? And then Kazuya literally says, I don't know anything about Yamori-san, right? He realizes in this chapter, I actually don't know jack shit about her. I don't know anything about Minnie. And then he proceeds to ask next chapter. In the same way, there are things about Ruka that Kazuya doesn't know about. And the fact that he doesn't know these things shows how little he actually cared, that he's not invested in this relationship, right? You could think of it as neglect, but at the same time, well, okay, Ruka already knows. Ruka already knows Kazuya doesn't have feelings in this. He's not invested in this. So that's kind of what's going on here. That there's this relationship that is not what it's advertised to be, if you will, right? Minnie and Kazuya are just friends. Ruka and Kazuya are supposed to be dating, but they're not dating, right? Whereas his relationship with Minnie is seemingly getting closer and closer as he learns more about her, right? So let's see. We were gonna go. Oops. Gonna move that here. So we were going to check 43, huh? So Ruka made it more painful. I think they both did. The sad part about the Ruka relationship is they both made it painful. How many chapters covered in season 6 of 2026? You mean season 5? You mean season 5? Because season 6 hasn't been announced yet. I think season 5 will have, so at the very least, it's going to start with chapter 214 or 15, like one of those. And I could see it ending, like chapter 250 something. I could see it ending maybe around Chizuru's birthday. That's possible. So it could end. So it could be like 40 to 50 chapters. It could be like 40 to 50 chapters. That seems about the right number. But it's season 5. It's not season 6. I noticed on the cover that Kazuya's lungfish is not in the tank. Where is he hiding? Yeah, I did notice that too. I wonder if there's like a point to Mr. Fish not being there. Like, kind of like Kazuya is not there. Like, because Mr. Fish kind of looks like his dick. Right? So I guess you could think of it like that. It's like, okay, the Kazuya is not actually here. in that sense. And I also think it's meant to be a joke. It's meant to not be a joke, because Mr. Fish is usually a joke. Mr. Fish is usually presented in joking ways. So the fact that Mr. Fish is gone here, the fact that Mr. Fish is never emphasized, the fact that there's no jokes. Did you notice that when reading this chapter? There's no jokes. You don't really get jokes in this chapter. It feels there's not a single joke in this scene. It's just played straight, and that's the part that like hurts. You know. And that's why Mr. Fish to me is removed. That's why Lungfish is gone in the opening page, where it's like, oh no, no jokes in this chapter, right? There's like literally no jokes in this chapter. Reiji knows when to take a scene seriously, right? He knows when it's okay to make a joke. He knows when it's okay to make a joke. But in this scene, there's literally no Mr. Fish. Like, GG's, bye-bye. No, just he literally disappears because there's no like outside commentary. There's no joking. No, this is a chapter that's played straight. This is a very serious topic. This is meant to be uncomfortable and wrong. Everything about this is meant to feel wrong. Kazuya literally can't leave, but he can't stay either. But this is his home. Do you see how there's a constant contradiction? Kazuya wants to leave, but this is his home. Kazuya wants to leave, but he feels bad for Ruka, so he can't leave. Do you see how Kazuya literally feels trapped? In the same way, Ruka feels trapped. Because she can't let go. She wants this to happen, but she knows she doesn't like her. So she wants to settle for this thing, but it's like, that's not going to make you fucking happy. The whole point is that both characters are trapped. Kazuya feels guilty for Ruka, and he feels bad for her, but he also dragged this out. Ruka also feels bad and feels guilty and feels scared about the relationship, but she also doesn't want to let go, right? The way Ruka holds herself, the emphasis on Ruka's hand is very important here, because what is the entire emphasis of the chapter? It's around Ruka's hand, right? The constant focus of this chapter is hands. Kazuya's hand on the door, Ruka's hand on her arm, Ruka's hand grabbing him, Ruka using her hands to grab his face, Ruka using her hands to act like an adult, grabbing his crotch, Ruka constantly trying to use that, and then finally in the end, Ruka grabbing his shirt and not wanting to let go. There's a repeating motif of hands, right? Because lust is fundamentally rooted in hands. Heck, here, you want a great fucking example? Full Metal Alchemist. What is lust's powers? What is lust's powers? Her fingers extend. Her fingers extend. They can hit you from any range, right? Now, to be fair, lust in that story is more around bloodlust and playing around people's desires, and the villain's deepest desire in that case was killing, I guess, right? So in this case, lust represents that, but lust's powers is literally around grabbing and holding things, right? Whereas Greed's powers in that story was literally becoming like this big, like metal dude who can just grab anything. But again, he starts using that power again around what? His hands, right? It's because lust can reach you from any distance, right? It tricks you with its hands. The whole thing that lust does is use its hands to trick you. So lust is also about holding on to things, right? Kazuya uses it to push Ruka off. She uses her hands to keep holding on, right? They literally have a push and pull relationship. They quite literally have a push and pull relationship. You see that right here. He pushes her away. She keeps holding on. That's not good. That's why I'm saying, like, to me, what this feels like is this has to end. That's what Reiji to me is building to. This has to end. So okay, chapter 42. What's chapter 42? Chapter 42 is the introduction of Sumi's character. Right? And then Kazuya, yeah, it doesn't feel like chapter 42 is that relevant. You know, it doesn't feel like chapter 42 is that relevant. He can still be her friend, but they need space. The truth is, they need a bad breakup before they can be friends. They need a bad breakup before they can be friends. It's not just Ruka being afraid of being lonely. It's that Ruka is afraid of going back to what she was before, where she was empty. She's afraid she's never going to find someone like Kazuya again. It's a very childish belief. There's a very real. Ruka speaks like an adult. She acts like an adult. Literally, what are you seeing here, right? What are you seeing here? She acts like an adult, but look at her face. Look at her. She's not an adult. Ruka talks about maturing and getting older. She does all the stuff that she does in this chapter, but she's not an adult. She's still a kid at heart. And it's very clear she's a kid at heart because she's just trying to act like an adult. She's doing all this stuff. She's mimicking adults. That's all Ruka is doing. She's just mimicking adults. She's not afraid of being lonely. She's afraid of going back to being nothing. Which to me is a criticism of the secondary girl in the story, because a lot of secondary girls in the stories, what tends to happen, right? Narratively, what tends to happen to a secondary girl in a story, especially like a romance, when the main character rejects her, she just disappears. Narratively, what Reiji is saying is not just that, he makes that like a narrative thing for Ruka's character. He makes that a literal, actual narrative thing for Ruka's character, where literally she feels empty. She feels like she's broken, like she's missing something. And she thinks Kazuya gave her this something. And she thinks if he's gone, she will lose this something. Her world will be monochrome again. Her world will not have color again. It will be empty again. That's what she's afraid of. That's what she's afraid of losing here. That's what Kazuya means to her. But this is an illusion. Because you see in Hawaiians, which Reiji calls back to here, you see in Hawaiians how Ruka is actually fine on her own. She's out there having fun on her own in the pool. She's out there making her own choices. She's out there having fun, not worrying about her heart or not worrying about any of that stuff, right? And she tells herself it must be because of Kazuya. But it's not. You were doing fine on your own. You didn't need Kazuya, right? It's just that Kazuya maybe helped you in the start, but you're okay on your own and you can find your own thing, right? It's just Ruka is afraid to go and venture out into the open world on her own. It's not just loneliness. There's layers to Ruka's character. It's actually genuinely well written. It's literally a child being terrified to go and venture out on her own, to go and have her own relationships, to the point that she's willing to settle for seconds, right? Which is horrible. You should never do that. That's why Kazuya has to be the adult in the room. He has to break this up in a cruel, uncomfortable way, right? He has to do this in a way where he just has to end this relationship. Especially considering Ruka is degrading herself, and in so doing, hurting Kazuya. She is bordering. What is happening with this chapter to me isn't just outright assault. It is bordering on it. It is becoming extremely close, especially considering Kazuya keeps saying no, and he pushes her off, and he tries to run away, right? All these things, bad signs, right? They can still reconcile a relationship, but first they must end this one. This relationship has to end. There has to be no more pretense. To me, Reiji is pushing this to the absolute literal limit on purpose, because you have to make a choice. There's no way out. I think regardless of what happens moving forward, there's no way out. He has to make a choice. Kazuya has to be the adult in the room and end this. And that is Reiji pushing Kazuya's innocence. Because Kazuya wants to stick to these ideals. He wants to stick to these beliefs that he can make everybody happy in the end. But you can't. The sad reality of life is that you can't make everyone happy. You can't. He just like the test he took, literally what we were just looking at it, just like the test Kazuya took. When asked the question, do you value your lover more than your friend? He picks Chizuru over Kibe. No questions asked. It's the same with Ruka. That's just the sad truth. He is always going to pick Chizuru over Ruka. And she should never settle for that. That's not fair to her. That's not right to her. She should never settle for that. Never settle for being second. Right? But Ruka's entire arc is that she's willing to be second if it means she's not lost in this world and feeling like she's broken and alone, right? That's what Ruka's afraid of. She's afraid of losing this connection that she has, right? I guess loneliness is a part of it. So this is basically Ruka desperately clinging on to the detriment of herself and even to Kazuya. This is essentially her lust. her not a sexual lust. The sexual lust is more so a branch of the problem rather than the root of it. The lust is more so a branch of the problem rather than the root of it. This is what she thinks she wants. This isn't actually what she wants. And Kazuya has to stop this, you know? This is what it feels like to me, right? So, let's see. Let's look at 43. Someone mentioned 43. So let's go look at chapter 43. What was chapter 43? Oh, it's when mommy shows up. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, there's so Sumi's innocence. Mommy shows up. Does Chizuru know about this? Oh, that could be relevant. She really thinks I'm two-timing. It's like you're a different person. Right after we broke up, you brought along someone as pretty as Chizuru as your girlfriend, and now you're with another girl. You're really such a stud, Kazu-kun. Haha, thanks. Wow. I didn't see anything. Your secret is safe with me. I'm your ex-girlfriend after all. Whew, I thought I was going to die back there. Interesting. And then chapter 44. Sumi leaves. Damn it, my bad habits are coming back again. My true love is Mizuhara, is a real bad habit. In this world, just how many cute girls are there? Huh. He did such a thing. So he protected Sumi and he cheered her on and she felt better in the end. Okay, so I guess there could be some parallels with the Sumi thing where it's like he meets Sumi and Sumi is this character that seemingly represents innocence and something had to be addressed with Sumi and he helped her out. But then mommy was present. So it would be interesting if there's some sort of resolution and maybe Minnie shows up after the resolution, which in turn causes more chaos. That would be kind of interesting. If Minnie shows up after the resolution in some way and ultimately causes chaos. I don't know if Minnie... So there's a chance Minnie might show up next chapter. There's a chance Minnie might show up next chapter, depending on what happens. Specifically because mommy was here, right? And Minnie and Sumi are like kind of the reverse of mommy and Ruka. So that could work, right? Since Sumi represents innocence, but she's the flip of Ruka, and mommy is kind of more of the adult world, but she kind of mirrors Minnie in that way, right? So Umi will be the one to show up next chapter. How? He doesn't even know where the fuck Kazuya lives. That's a weird one, bub. I don't see it. I could see Minnie showing up though, especially considering Minnie was nodded to last chapter. Especially considering Minnie was nodded to last chapter. It makes a lot of sense for her to maybe show up in some fashion, either next chapter or the chapter after that. No, he has no reason to call him. He would only call him once their date their meetup is decided. So it doesn't really make sense. Minnie makes more sense. Minnie was nodded to. Minnie was alluded to. Umi feels like it's going to be whenever they talk. It doesn't make sense for him to just randomly call. I don't see it. I think a mini interruption is the only way that Ruka's relationship doesn't get resolved now. I think if a mini interruption happens, Minnie will think it's some sort of cheating. And she'll doubt Kazuya's own seriousness about Chizuru because Minnie is very judgmental. This mirrors this exact situation with Mommy here, where Mommy sees Kazuya with Sumi, and she's just like, oh, he's right. I follow them to confirm my suspicions, but he's two-timing. Is he even that sort of person? Is he even the sort of person capable of that? Right. Whereas maybe Minnie might actually believe it. You know, she didn't look like the type of girl who would have problems with dating. I wonder what she's thinking going out with him. Right. Is she really his girlfriend? Maybe she's on Facebook or something. Looks her up, finds out she's a rental girlfriend. What if this is some sort of flip on that? Right. What if there's some sort of flip on this? And we see some sort of different situation with Ruka, right? And then in the very end, what happens in chapter 44, the very end of chapter 44, Chizuru says good morning to him, and a sort of, it was around this moment that our lives were about to change by the biggest event yet to come. And then the chapter after that one, Chizuru tells Kazuya she's thinking of quitting Rendell. So there's a lot happening, right? There could be some parallels, especially considering chapter 44. There's no comparison to it. That's the interesting part. 404, there's nothing to go back to. That's what I was going to get to. With 404, there's nothing to compare to it. We literally have nothing except maybe chapter 44. We actually have literally no fucking comparisons. There's nothing we can compare it to. 404 is just a completely isolated chapter, right? The only thing we got close is chapter 44. And that's not quite the same, you know? I feel like there won't be an interruption. The direction or whatever happens a part of the big build up for the climax. I feel like that's what I was saying. Maybe there won't be an interruption. I'm saying after something happens, Minnie might show up. That makes some sense to me. So something's going to happen. There might be some sort of big rejection, you know. Kazuya might have to ultimately make a really hard choice that hurts Ruka. And in contrast, Minnie might show up after, right? No, I don't think this is something Kazuya can put off. This to me has escalated too much. This to me has really escalated far too much. This has gone way too far. And Kazuya must know this. This has gone too far. Literally, he already told her how he feels about Chizuru. Like, there's no hiding it, right? He told her how he feels about Chizuru. Ruka is at the point where she's okay with being second. No. This has escalated far too much. We are literally hitting a breaking point. This isn't just pushed to the limit. This is the limit and beyond. The limits have been broken a few times now. Ruka has gone too far in this chapter, right? I was explaining it earlier, like what was happening between them would have been maybe okay if they were actually a couple, but they're not. So this has gone too far. This is far too far, right? It doesn't feel like there's an easy way out, and that's why I think the teaser for next time is a misdirection. I think it might start with the idea of Ruka saying like it feels so good and she wants to do this and she wants to do that, and you know she says these things, but Kazuya in contrast must decide to make an action that has nothing to do with lust, you know, especially considering like this entire arc is centered around lust. To me, what this represents is rather maybe Kazuya needing to address his lust. Something he's not really facing in himself, something he's kind of put off. Kazuya isn't really honest with himself when it comes to his lust. And you see this in chapter 401. Let me pull it up really fast. In chapter 401, he thinks about how mommy might possibly desire him now, you know, physically. And he shakes his head. He's like, stupid idiot. My heart already belongs to Mizuhara. There's no reason to think that would even happen. I want to give up being a man. These two things are incredibly relevant. Kazuya's lust and Kazuya being a man. Kazuya actually hates being a man to some degree because of the negative aspects of manhood in a lot of ways, where Kazuya has like a lot of strength. Like physically, he's a lot larger than the women around him. He is also has a lot of emotions. He feels a lot of sadness. He feels a lot of rage, and he even feels a lot of lust, a lot of desire. He keeps telling himself that no, I have Chizuru. What this is actually happening here is that Kazuya is not actually being honest to his lust. That's why he has these imaginations in the first place. He's not being honest to the fact that he has this physical desire. He's not telling himself like this is what he actually wants. He desires sex. And because Kazuya keeps denying it, he loses control of it. This is why we get these in the first place. Kazuya is losing control of his desires. He's not fully in control of his desires. He doesn't have control of this situation. Whereas if he's honest with himself, the fact that he does feel attraction towards other women that are not Chizuru, and that is not part of his love, that it's okay to feel this way because you're a guy. It's okay that you're attracted to other women, but you're not a bad person for it. He can start controlling it. That's Kazuya's issue. He's not honest with his own feelings, and he kind of wants to disassociate from these feelings a little bit. And that's why this stuff happens. And this is absolutely relevant with Ruka, as when you go to the next chapter, what is happening? Kazuya is constantly looking at her skirt, but he doesn't want to have sexual relations with her, right? And he tells himself, I don't know where to look. Like he hesitates, he looks away. Well, okay, you have to be honest with the fact that you feel the sexual desire, but you have to also address the fact that you can't let her be in your room and talk to her like this and interact with her like this if you feel this way, right? Because you know you have these desires. This is about Kazuya, to me, accepting the fact that he has sexual desires. In Ruka losing control of her desires for Kazuya. Because he refuses to address his own desires in himself, Ruka acts as a mirror to him and how she can't control her desires for him. They're literally flipped mirrors of each other, right? They're quite literally flipped mirrors of each other, where Kazuya has to look in the mirror and see how, just as Ruka is losing control of her desires, what if he loses control of his desires because he's not honest with himself, because he's not actually facing himself honestly, whereas Ruka is actually trying to face her feelings but losing control of them, right? And that's basically a big aspect of Kazuya's character that he has to address and face here. Let me hear some of the comments. I think Ruka was going to return by overhearing the conversation between Kazuya and Umi at the karaoke place. I guess that talk has been put on hold for now. I think Kazuya has enough emotional intelligence to say, no, you're not okay with being second. I think so too. I genuinely think Kazuya has Kazuya is actually quite in control here of his libdo. You know, he's in control here. He's not letting Ruka just do this stuff. It shows Kazuya is like somewhat maturing in that, whereas before he kind of like couldn't resist his feelings. There is a sense of maturity to Kazuya, but there's a lack of honesty with that maturity too. That's the issue. There's a lack of honesty with Kazuya's maturity at this point, where he's not being honest with the fact that he does feel this physical desire, but for that exact reason, he has to end things because he feels this way. And he has to address that fact with Chizuru too and tell her that he feels this way, you know? So, to me, yes, Kazuya has enough emotional intelligence to tell Ruka no. He knows this is wrong. And the thing too is, like, every time she touches his crotch, he freaks. Like, literally, he freaks every time. There's nothing, it's not about Chizuru. There's a fundamental misunderstanding about this scene. Kazuya is not going to give in. This is where I think you're all wrong. Everybody thinks... No. Everybody thinks... No. Ruka isn't going to freak. Ruka isn't going to do any of that stuff. You're completely missing the point. You're totally and completely missing the point. To me, you're being misdirected by the element of sex. You're being misdirected about the element of first times. You think this is referring to sex. And I hope to God I'm right about this. You think this is referring to sex, but everything you've been shown has been antithetical to that. Every aspect you've been shown has been antithetical to that. Last chapter, we talked about first times. There isn't even a 1 in the chapter cover, right? There isn't even a 1 in the chapter cover last time. And most of the chapter is literally telling you, hey, look, all these first times are a lie. Every single first time you see is a lie, right? In this chapter, we start with the condom being right here, right next to them. Kazuya runs to the door, and then Ruka grabs him and puts him on the bed. She starts doing all this stuff, but look at where the condom is. And as we continue, Reishi continues to highlight how far away it is. That this is not happening. It's like there's a fundamental disassociation from the actions and what's actually happening on screen. There's a fundamental disassociation from the action and what's actually happening on screen. Right? So the visuals don't align with what's actually happening. And that's, to me, the point. This is not happening. Instead, what we're actually going to see is a different side of Kazuya that maybe we have not seen. A different side of Kazuya that's maybe been hinted at. A different side of Kazuya that's been kind of nodded to a little bit here and there. And to me, that side is rage. I think we might see Kazuya angry. I think there's a very real chance we may see Kazuya angry. Something we have not seen since maybe the start of the series. Something Kazuya has kind of put to the back burner a little bit. Something Kazuya has been actually afraid of. Something he's wanted to disassociate with. You know, Kazuya wants to kind of disassociate from the aspect of being a man, especially that element of rage, lust, and desire, and his actual physical strength. Kazuya tries his best not to use his physical strength. He lets smaller people overpower him, right? He tries his best to not do things, and in turn not use his strength. Kazuya is in many ways afraid of his strength, and you literally see that in the cheer update. In the cheer update, remember how Kazuya doesn't hug Chizuru? In the next chapter, he literally tells you why. She felt like glass in his arms, and he thought if he hugged her, she would break. To me, next chapter has a very real possibility of exploring this element of kind of the death of innocence. The death, and not the death of Ruka's necessarily, not just like the innocence that you're imagining, right? You're probably imagining like, oh, Ruka's purity is gone. Kazuya graduated from being a virgin. You know, you think that's the first time that's going to happen. That's what you're thinking of. You think that's the first time that's going to happen. In reality, Ruka's innocence is going to end in the sense that she's going to have to take a sad hit that's going to hurt. And Kazuya's innocence is going to end in that he's going to have to make a decision he doesn't like. He's going to have to hurt Ruka. This was going to happen. It was inevitable. This is, to me, what I believe Reiji is building to. The sex is a complete and utter misdirection. It is a misdirection from the fact that Kazuya and Ruka have to become adults. Not adults in sex, because that's not how you become an adult. You think you become an adult when you have sex, when you mature, when you start doing this stuff, when your body feels these physical desires. But actually being an adult is having to grapple with the sad reality, the sobering reality, that life isn't so simple, that you don't always get happy dreams, things don't always work out, and you don't always get to, be able to stick to your ideals. We all have these ideals when we're kids, where we imagine we're gonna, do amazing things, or we're gonna be like the hero and stick to who we are and not do the thing. But sometimes you're gonna have to make a choice you don't like. And to me, this is where this is. Ruka is gonna have to deal with a breakup, and Kazuya is going to have to break up with her and make it as like end. This is the end of the relationship as possible. Not in a I want to break up with you. He's going to say, Ruka, we're done. Like literally make a unilateral decision to end the relationship. And in turn, he will understand exactly how Mommy felt at the very start of the series, where she ended the relationship in a very cruel and uncomfortable way. Right? Reiji introduces very specific elements in this chapter, and in the last chapter. Ruka and Kazuya were texting. Ruka touches Kazuya. Ruka knows about his hair through phone calls and texts. To me, it feels like they're going to have to not just not interact physically anymore, but might need to like not interact, not even text anymore. It feels like Kazuya might have to do something like kind of tough, kind of shut Ruka out and let her move on with her life. And that might be temporary. To me, I could see that being temporary. But the fact that Reiji introduces the element of phone calls, Ruka being in Kazuya's house, Ruka interacting with him in all these ways, it feels like it's going to have to be like a hard shutout, right? The clock was 5:50 a.m. Yeah, it looks like 6 p.m. So it would be almost nighttime, right? It's almost nighttime. It's almost, oh, how fitting! It's almost the end. The clock is literally almost like this. Maybe the point of bringing Mommy back into the story is that breaking up with Ruka will put things into perspective for him and give him closure with Mommy. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Reiji intentionally nods back to the very beginning of the series, with Kazuya's hair, Kazuya returning to his origins, Kazuya meeting up with Mommy again, right? So to me, I could actually see the breakup with Ruka totally happening. Like, you don't expect it. You don't think it's coming, and I think it is. I think it's gone too far. Things have gotten way too messy. Literally, Kazuya was literally saying, oh, I have to keep things quiet until July 11th. None of this is quiet. There's literally there's no other way out of this. Right? There's literally no, the title cover page. Literally, the cover page literally reads, "This is a crossroads. You either make a choice or you don't. That's it. You either decide right now to end this, or everything is screwed up." Yuruka's yandere arc? Nah. It's funny you say Ruka is a yandere, because like Ruka generally kind of attributes yandere-like traits. That's what people don't realize. Ruka does already kind of have like yandere-like traits, right? People attribute Mommy to like a yandere. But weirdly, I kind of view Mommy as more of a tsundere. Which you're probably wondering, wait, really? I'm like, yeah, Mommy is more of a tsundere. Because Mommy is not honest with her feelings. Ruka is so obsessed over her feelings that is destructive. Maybe Mommy is like a cross between a yandere and a tsundere. Whereas Ruka, to me, is more of a tomboy yandere. I definitely view it more like that. And to me, they're more like criticisms of yanderes rather than just outright like the tropes. The characters aren't really just full-blown tropes to me. They criticize tropes more than anything. But yeah, that's kind of how I'm viewing things. That's kind of the sad truth of how I'm viewing things right now, where it's like something is gonna have to happen, and it's gonna suck. Poor choice of words. Okay, so I saw this comment from this person. I thought this comment was interesting, so I'm going to read it for you guys. As the chapters progress, don't the characters and the story and the designs mature like fine wine? While the uninitiated masses are fixated only on the sexual depictions, they remain completely oblivious to the depth and sorrow embedded in this chapter. Ruka's air of resignation and the desperate struggle to cling on to that sense of being alive has long pursued. Or parsed? Ended? Even knowing that in the time-limited illusion, the sight of her still trying to resist reality is heart-wrenching, Ruka understands that Kazuya would absolutely never accept something like this. The Kazuya that she loves is the kind of person who wouldn't do such a thing. So what can she do now? I'm really curious about what kind of reaction Kazuya will show when he learns about Ruka's health condition and Mommy's past. Just like when he supported Mizuhara's dream, he will surely take action for the sake of his precious people. However, unlike Mizuhara, neither Ruka nor Mommy tried to share their pain with anyone. That was probably their mistake. Mizuhara didn't really want to talk about it either, but on Christmas Day, fate brought the two of them together. Well, actually, I would say Chizuru did talk about it, because when Kazuya asked, she just told him. Right? Kazuya asked her, hey, if you need any help with anything or whatnot, and he just tells her. Right? So no, I think Chizuru did actually want to tell him. Whereas the other characters didn't. It wasn't simply just fate. Chizuru actually did want to tell him. So, so this person was like saying, what was it? I never imagined the foreshadowing of my top 4 favorite Ruka scenes. Nice and loud in the background. Can you guys hear that? I'm pretty sure you guys can hear that. You can like hear the shit in the background, right? Fun times. Happy birthday, Ruka-chan. I really love the cute and I literally love your cute and earnest side. The way you sometimes go off the rails with your wild actions, and of course the kindness of yours too. I think this the really sad thing that I keep seeing with how people are like interacting with Ruka is they're kind of really ignoring how kind Ruka actually is. Like they really want to think, hey, Ruka's gonna like fuck Kazuya over, she's gonna be horrible about this, and yet like from Hawaiians I already knew she really didn't have it in her. Like what she was barely going through what she was doing with Chizuru with the condom bullshit. Like she barely had it in her with that, right? She was just desperately clinging on, not wanting to let go. But like she didn't actually have it in her. To me, I never thought Ruka actually had it in her to actually break them up. That's where she didn't side with Mommy. That's where she never sided with Mommy. And all Ruka tried to do was call Chizuru out on her shit and be like, hey, if you're not serious, you should back off because I'm serious. But it showed her naivety, right? It showed more of her naivety that she didn't understand Chizuru's like more adult and complicated love, while at the same time kind of calling Chizuru out for not acting nearly as serious as she was, you know? Chizuru has to... I think Ruka is too nice for her own good. I think so, too. She's kind of lost track of what she's doing, and she's becoming her own villain. That's the sad part about Ruka's character. She's becoming her own villain. She is appearing like the villain when she's not. Literally represented in the black that she's wearing. She's acting like she's becoming the villain. She's not the villain. Chizuru has that defect too, but tenfold. What defect? What defect? You wanna clarify? So, okay, we're going to read Mute's post. I don't really agree with this too much. I think he made some decent points. Kindness to a fault. Oh, yeah. Kindness to a fault. The analysis and impression of this piece of chapter 403. This time the theme is the resolve and the second lead and what the crossroads signifies. In the foreword, I'll share my thoughts on the opinion about overseas readers and some from Japan on what Ruka is doing is sexual abuse what Ruka doing sexual abuse towards Kazuya. The thing is, it is and it isn't, and I said this clearly. I think the problem is the thing I don't like about Mute's analysis here is he tries to draw a very clear distinction between a yes and a no, when in reality the answer is both. The reality of the situation is the answer is both, and it's not just one or the other. Both Kazuya and Ruka are screwing up here. And unfortunately, he directs it more towards Kazuya, which I very much disagree with. I having gotten this new perspective on Ruka, it's definitely at both of them. It's not just Kazuya; it's both of them. The perception of sexual abuse varies greatly between Western and Japanese cultures. I don't think it does. You think it does, but the ultimate truth is that it is the same. We just don't look at it the same way, and I think it's wrong to say, like, I guess he is talking about perception, but I just kind of have a bit of an issue with this, you know. In the West, any sexual acts without consent is immediately considered sexual abuse. Additionally, even if the perpetrator isn't... Well, no, again, that's an exaggeration. That's an exaggeration. There is some level of leeway, and this is perfectly represented through Ruka. It's just most people look at this in extremely black and white ways, you know. I don't fully agree with this stance. I think there are times where it's just a little bit more complicated than just, yes, there wasn't consent, but at the same time, it is a little bit more complicated than just the way that you're looking at it, especially considering there is so much history in Kazuya and Ruka's relationship. There is a great deal of history in their relationship, and the thing is, as I've explained before, Kazuya lets Ruka touch him, knowing full well she loves him. This is a problem of boundaries. Kazuya does ultimately let Ruka touch him, right? She pats his head, she hugs him, she touches his ass, she kisses him, right? These are problems because the fantasy is becoming too real. It is blurring with reality. This is where it becomes blurry on the fact that no, okay, you can't completely constitute it as outright sexual abuse, but at the same time, Kazuya is also saying no. So it doesn't invalidate Kazuya's no, but it also shows how he had created this environment without meaning to. In so doing, making it slightly more complicated than just sexual abuse, period. That's it. End of the road. Fuck you. Terrible. All that, you know? Additionally, even if the perpetrator isn't a man, imagining the gender reversals often raises from the feminist perspective, but in Japan, it's not to that extent. I did not like that sentence. I did not like that sentence. Yeah, no, Reiji has like very openly been like, hey yo, women do bad things too. Let's not pretend that doesn't happen. He's just like, yeah, no, let's not pretend that doesn't happen, and let's not try to fucking excuse it. Because let's be real, he's not excusing Ruka here. He's playing a perfect middle line where it is both characters. And Kazuya cannot reason with Ruka, and it has gone far too far. It is not just purely on Kazuya here. Ruka is someone he cannot reason with anymore. He must end it. And that's also on Ruka. That's why I kind of don't agree with this. You know, like you can say, oh, the feminist perspective and not from Japan, all that. It literally has nothing to do with that. It literally has nothing to do with that. Mute did some good analysis here. It's just the early parts I don't agree with. There's some good analysis in here. There's some stuff that like could be attributed to a more general public. I just don't fully agree with everything that he's saying. In Japan, there's a notion that in rom-coms, a woman tackling a man to the ground or forcing a kiss on him falls within the grounds of dramatic staging, and many people brush it off lightly by saying it's just a manga. Except Reiji has gone out of his way. See, this is the problem. He constantly talks about, and most fans of this manga constantly talk about how this manga is criticizing the stuff you see in manga, right? It goes out of its way to criticize the fantasies and the illusions that romance mangas tend to present, where it's like, it's a manga, so this stuff can just happen and it's perfectly fine. It goes out of its way to criticize that, but then he goes and compares it to how mangas do this, and that means it's okay. There are things that Reiji does where it's like, okay, you could kind of only get away with this because it's a manga. In particular, for example, Ruka's age. He shies away from Ruka's age than outright just saying, oh, she's that age, just so he doesn't like go into this complicated nuance of issues. So that stuff Reiji can do, but the fact that Reiji actively goes out of his way to show, okay, what Ruka's doing is wrong, like literally Kazuya is clearly bothered by this. He actively shows you Kazuya is bothered by this. Like it to me, it highlights, no, this isn't just for dramatic staging. The opinions like Ruka is committing sexual abuse and unforgivable, while conversely, there are also views like it's heartbreaking how cornered Ruka has been pushed to this point. Both are true. Both are true. That's just a simple fact. Both are true. Ruka is going too far, and it's also sad how she's been cornered to this point. Both are true. That's just a simple fact. You might think if Kazuya did the same thing to Ruka, it would be sexual abuse, or it's unfair that it's forgiven just because Ruka is a woman. But in Japanese rom-coms, again, do you see the problem? He's constituting this like other Japanese rom-coms when they're not. When this manga goes out of its way to not be like other Japanese rom-coms and actively criticizes them, you know? It's considered within the acceptable range because this is fiction. That only functions to a certain degree, and Reiji has addressed this in some degree. I've been meaning to like ask him in more details about this stuff, but Reiji has clearly shown like Kazuya is very unhappy with this situation and what happens with Ruka, and you can't just walk it off as this is just fiction. Rather, he's actually constantly talked about genders and gender roles being reversed. There's literally a scene in chapter 250 where Kazuya is literally like, what happened to equal rights? There's the scene where Kazuya is drinking with Minnie, and he's so frustrated and pissed off at the women around him, right? He's so mad that like he's so upset at Chizuru, yet he directs all of his anger at women. And then Ruka just drinks along with him, completely okay with what Kazuya is saying about women, even though it's completely wrong. Right? No, this manga goes out of this way to discuss this stuff, so you can't just say, oh, it's just fiction, it's just Japanese rom-com, therefore it's okay. I think a lot of men, a lot of people disassociate because this is how they want to look at it, whereas Reiji's actually talking about this subject matter. I think this is more so his perception of the story rather than what's actually happening in the story. Of course, not all Japanese people think this way, but there are many who would forgive it because it's just a manga, right? Again, he's trying to explain how people feel. But I just, he doesn't really give a valid reason. He's just like, some people look at it this way, some people don't look at it this way. It's kind of the thing I don't like about this is the thing I don't like about news channels. Because what news channels will do, you'll go to these like news channels where they're gonna tell you all the news, all the drama, all that stuff. They're like, well, some people think of it like this, and some people think of it like this, instead of just kind of trying to objectively talk about the facts. It's like, okay, this. You could say these are people's opinions. These are the actual facts, right? This is how it would actually function in real, like this is the actual situation and what's going on, not just this is an opinion and this is an opinion. And you could talk about whether this opinion is valid or this opinion isn't valid, but I think most people don't do this. They're just like, here, I'm just going to share someone else's opinion rather than talk about whether this opinion holds actual ground and actually makes sense. And I think that's kind of the issue I had with this. He shares other people's opinions. He doesn't share whether it holds actual ground for this manga and what it's trying to say. That's where I kind of disagree with his stance a little bit. It says in the teaser, the intersection of two. The meaning of intersection here is reaching the crossroads in life where one must make a choice. As if to say, two, for Kazuya, it means choosing between Chizuru or Ruka, and for Ruka, it means whether she can win Kazuya over or give up. This isn't actually what it means. That's the intersection is more so about, okay, you either end it now or you don't. It's not about picking. It's not about picking. It's rather about you have to make a choice. Will he settle things with Ruka or continue this ambiguous state? By dedicating a two-page spread to that, it emphasizes Kazuya's choice as he stands at a crossroads. At the same time, Ruka saying, "Please have sex with me," also impresses upon the reader that this moment is a turning point and a critical juncture in Ruka's life. Right? Also, what is it? There's a lot that makes it different from other rom-coms. Also, a lot of quotes that hit. Kazuya tries to escape from Ruka. Why did he take the action of escaping? Most readers will understand it as Kazuya likes Chizuru, so if he ends up in a relationship with Ruka, it'll become irreparable. However, what lies here is not so much Kazuya's sense of ethics as a sense of fear and also indecisiveness. Yes and no. I think Kazuya reaching the door and stopping is more so indicative of the issue. Not simply just fear. He knows this is not what he wants. Like him running to the door is him saying this is not what he wants. Right? He runs from this situation because he doesn't want to address it. You're right in that front. I wouldn't say this is indecisiveness. It's kind of where I disagree. I don't think this is actually about indecision. And I'll delve into this later. This is an action that stems from Kazuya's desire to run away from the situation because he lacks the courage to clearly reject Ruka. It's not simply the courage to clearly reject Ruka, it's that it's too painful. It's too much. It's not just courage, it's like I think that's wrong to look at it this way. It's not about courage, it's about holding your ground to your beliefs and making a really hard choice that kind of goes against your beliefs. Because Kazuya doesn't want to hurt Ruka, however, he must. That's why Kazuya freezes at the door. He saw Ruka getting hurt and he froze. He doesn't want to hurt her. Ruka, in turn, ends up ultimately taking advantage of this fact. She didn't mean to. That's not what she wanted to do. She doesn't want to hurt him. She doesn't want to abuse him and take advantage of this fact, but she is. This is Ruka's innocence taking control of her. Because she's not an adult. She acts adult. Right? We're hitting a breaking point. This is all wrong. We're hitting a breaking point. And Kazuya, to me, is scared here because he doesn't want to hurt her. So explain to Ruka in detail how much he feels for Chizuru. That is not it. He's just going to have to tell her, look, I love Chizuru. This is not going to work. We have to break up. Not, please break up with me. The important part here is to not give Ruka the choice. The important part here is to not give Ruka the choice. He must use his strength, not necessarily like physically, but he must use his strength and make a unilateral decision. I am deciding for the both of us that we're breaking up. I'm sorry, you don't get a choice in this matter because this has gone too far. He needs to take Ruka's choice away, which is harsh to say, but the thing is, every time Kazuya has tried giving her a choice, it has resulted in this. And she clearly is not in a position to make a choice. Ruka is not in a good position to make a choice. Kazuya failed his fortitude check. Not really. But well, let's continue. Let's continue. Right? This is the irony to me of the situation. Ruka is taking Kazuya's autonomy away, and in so doing, taking her own autonomy away. Kazuya has to make a unilateral decision, in my opinion, which in some ways seems counterintuitive. He's trying to give her a choice, but every time she takes a choice, she makes the wrong one, right? So he has to be the adult in the room. He has to take away this choice from Ruka so she can go and make the right choices. He has to take her autonomy away so he can give her autonomy. It seems counterintuitive, but I think that's what Kazuya must do. He must end the relationship unilaterally. No, I'm deciding for both of us that this relationship is over. It has gone too far. However, Kazuya hesitates to escape because he saw that Ruka was trembling. He understood Ruka's resolve, and out of fear that fleeing her here might hurt Ruka or give her trauma, and also because of Kazuya's kindness, but he hasn't realized that it was Kazuya himself who had driven Ruka to this point. In some ways, you're correct, but in some ways, you're also wrong because Ruka did this to herself. Right? On one hand, yes, Kazuya did technically drive her to this point. On the other hand, it's Ruka who did this. Ruka's the one who pushed Chizuru away. Ruka's the one who continued to be his girlfriend. Ruka's the one who didn't want to face Chizuru. Ruka's the one who knew if she so much as actually tried to address Chizuru and ask, it would end. She fucking knew. She was living a lie. It wasn't just him. I think it's wrong to say Kazuya drove her to this point. Rather, it's meant to be a reverse of the birthday arc. Remember to the birthday arc, what happened? It was Kazuya who drove Ruka to that point at the time. Here, it's actually Ruka who drove herself to this point. This is Ruka's actions flipping on its head, and it's Ruka who drove herself to this point. Right? There was a chick that got her to X to help get to me. It weirded me out. I'm not gonna delve into that. I'm just gonna put that to the side. Don't know. What if Kazuya helps Ruka out to find someone for her? Will that work? No. They need time apart. Your problem with this argument is very, very, very simple. They're too invested in each other. If you just liked someone and maybe you interacted a little bit, maybe you dated for like a few weeks or something, maybe you wouldn't have nearly as much investment. These two have years of investment. Years. They have years of fucking investment in each other. That is a hard goddamn breakup. Kazuya's breakup with Mommy was nothing like this. This is infinitely more brutal than Mommy. Kazuya's breakup with Mommy was literally a month. Imagine how brutal it is after years. Literally years of investment. Kaput. Gone. That's rough. That hurts. If a month was that painful for him, imagine how long years will be. What they need is time apart. And then to rename their relationship to friendship. Like, make sure there's no misunderstandings. Like, in the future, maybe we can be friends, but not like this. He's been dating a girl he's not interested in for years just because he's afraid of confrontation this while. No. No. Kazuya has tried to end it multiple times. No. That's not fair. Kazuya has tried to end it multiple times. He has. Right? No, you can't just say he dated her for multiple years because he was afraid of confrontation. That's not true. He did try to end it multiple times. Initially, Kazuya didn't know if he was interested in her. Ruka had some hope up until the movie arc. That's when it changed. Around the movie arc is when it changed, where it's like, okay, no, he clearly just loves Chizuru. There's no what's or buts or ifs about it. He loves Chizuru, that's it. And Ruka didn't want to give up, and they put the love thing to the side, right? He made it clear to her he's not interested. She kept going. That's not necessarily his fault, right? Both of the characters were kind of okay with this limbo. They didn't do it not for just confrontation. They were both kind of okay with this limbo. They were both kind of content with living this small lie because they were both a little happy with it. Eventually, you get to Hawaiians and Kazuya does try to confront this shit. He tries to end it. Ruka doesn't want to end it because she doesn't want to confront the truth. She's in denial. There's layers to this. It's not just as simple as Kazuya didn't want to confront this. I know because I made this mistake. I was saying this too. It's not simply Kazuya's confrontation issues. Rather, it's layered. There's more to it. Kazuya always kept his distance from Ruka, even during their dates. If he showed any sign of interest in her, it would give her false hope. So he must have thought that avoiding this was the kind thing to do. However, by not clearly rejecting Ruka and instead prolonging this ambiguous relationship, he ended up giving her hope, which ultimately hurt her, and that wound grew even deeper. Again, while that is somewhat true, Ruka was also aware. And she kept going with it. That this chapter highlights that. I think that's something everybody's kind of seemingly avoiding. It's like they're picking one side. Either Ruka is the bad person or Kazuya is the bad person. But in the fact that you see that both characters did the bad thing here, you point out how both of them are doing the bad thing. That's my point. If you can see both sides of the equation, you can recognize that both sides are the issue. Okay, remove the afraid of confrontation part. It's just nonsensical to give her any choice in the matter. Maybe he was, in fact, happy about it at some point, more than he lets on, perhaps. He was happy with her. Kazuya did enjoy his time with Ruka. But that's the thing. She should have a choice in the matter. Because it's her relationship, too. The problem is, it is no longer to her benefit, and she is no longer in control of her own actions. That's why I'm saying Kazuya needs to make a unilateral decision, because Ruka is no longer making logical choices. Before, she was at least somewhat in control of what she's doing. She was in denial, but at least she was somewhat in control. Now Ruka actually is not in control of herself. She's lost control of her feelings. She's literally falling apart. She's not listening to any form of reason. And she's doing things that will hurt her in the future, and she will regret. Ruka may regret this in the future, and this is why Kazuya needs to take charge and end this. That's literally why I think that needs to happen. That's why I'm saying Kazuya at this point needs to remove her choice from the matter. Before, giving her a choice was the right move. I think he should have tried to be like, okay, we shouldn't be together. He should have tried talking to her more, but I don't think him taking her choice away at the start was a good idea, because she would have resisted more. You know, but at this point, it's gone too far. Kazuya is pinned down by Ruka and kissed. Many readers likely felt a sense of discomfort here, thinking if Kazuya didn't want it, he could have just resisted, so what's the crotch reacting? However, if Kazuya resisted, there would be no drama. And his reaction also implies that the heart and body are different, foreshadowing for later. I do agree with the second half. I don't agree with the first half. There's a reason Kazuya froze. There's literally a reason Kazuya froze. He froze because he was afraid of hurting Ruka. Regarding the question, does Ruka make sexual remarks despite having no experience? It can be inferred that by deliberately making bold statements, there's a psychology of wanting to be recognized as an adult by Kazuya, and conversely, that she is acting as an adult woman. The reason for using the spread layout is probably to convey to the readers Ruka's childishness as well as her desperate determination with resolve at the same time. Okay, I kind of agree with this. Ruka is, that's the whole point. Ruka acts adult, she's not actually adult. Regarding Kazuya saying, I like Mizuhara, Ruka says, I was scared to hear it. This is escapism and also a self-defense instinct. If she were to confirm the true relationship between Kazuya and Chizuru, it would mean admitting that she herself is the losing heroine. Okay, I agree. This is true. That said, I don't have the courage to break the relationship between the two of them. Ruka thinks that her defending Kazuya and Chizuru at Hawaiians was kindness, but it was also weakness, which is common with Kazuya's kindness being seen as indecisiveness. No, I think Kazuya is just really Kazuya really wants to be kind and caring and respectful to other people. But sometimes kindness is not enough. That's the sad lesson with Kazuya's character. Sometimes kindness is hopeless. You can be kind all you want. Someone is just not going to change their mind. That's the issue. That's why Kazuya's kindness is not indecisiveness. Here's the I talked about this a little bit on Twitter. Remember when we were reading chapter 391 or 392? When 392, it's 392. Let me pull it up. We have the flashback to Minnie, talking to Chizuru. And she wears a shirt that says Kotoko Krillin. This is a reference to Goku's line in the Frieza arc, where he's essentially saying to Frieza, "Do you mean Krillin?" This is meant to play into Minnie's ideology and viewpoint on Kazuya, and how she views Kazuya as, he's not. Chizuru is talking about her dad here, and she's saying she just calls him partner. She doesn't call him dad. This mirrors how Minnie views Kazuya, and she's just like, he's not just some guy, because Frieza calls Krillin just some earthling he killed, and Goku loses his shit. He's like, "Do you mean just Krillin? Or do you mean Krillin? You're talking about Krillin," and he loses his shit and beats the shit out of Frieza. This is meant to mirror how Minnie views Chizuru is looking at Kazuya as just some guy, when he's not just some guy to her. Like, he's her best friend. So this scene is really interesting because you could flip this onto Kazuya too. What's interesting about the Frieza arc and what's interesting about Goku's character is that a lot of people kept seeing, when they read the Frieza arc, has Goku constantly trying to spare people, right? And some people might interpret that as a bit of indecisiveness, because he keeps trying to spare people when, the logical answer to you is, no, you should just kill these people. They're fucking bad people, But to Goku, his kindness was not indecisiveness. It was, the whole point of it was that he was trying to spare people when sometimes you fucking can't. And that was the harsh lesson for Goku to learn in that arc, where he literally tries to spare Frieza like 2 different times, right? He tries to spare him 3 times. 3 times. He destroys his morale. He destroys his self-esteem. He beats him at full power, and he's like, "You know what? I quit. I'm leaving. Leave with your life. Learn the lesson." Frieza doesn't, and he throws a Destructo Disc at him. And Goku's like, "You fool! Why didn't you listen?" And then Frieza ends up cutting himself in half. He warns him. He cuts himself in half. Frieza begs for his life. Goku gives him energy. He's like, "Okay, you know what? I want to leave you to die. You're a piece of shit. I want to leave you to die. But god damn it, I'm not going to leave you to die." And he tries to give him energy. "Okay, you get to live. Don't waste your fucking life. Learn your stupid lesson." He's trying to save even the worst people, right? Because he doesn't want to be like the Saiyans. This is essentially Goku's heritage as an Earthling shining through. He wants to maintain this innocence he had at the start of the series, where at the start of the series, Goku tried his best to care and be respectful of other people. He killed people, sure. He killed some evil people, right? But he's trying to disassociate from his Saiyan heritage and rather choose kindness over death and violence. And what ends up happening is that Frieza fucking wastes it and chooses to attack him again. Like the stupid fucking idiot he is. And so at the time, you could think to yourself, Goku didn't compromise his ideals. The sad truth is he did. And that's why you see, I'm gonna pull it up. I had it on my account. I think it's this one. No, it's not this one. It's the next one. Right, this one. That's why you see Goku's face here in the end, and he's sad. He had to compromise his ideals and kill someone. It's not that he didn't kill people before, it's just here he didn't want to. He kept trying to choose not violence, and everybody kept fighting and killing each other, and in the end, he had to do this. And so, the whole point to me, I think I wrote it well here, at the very start here. Where did I write it? It must have been in the other one. Yeah, it was right here. Indulging in selfish desires can leave you trapped, and more than that, kindness too can be hopeless. This is pretty much the two sides of the equation. Frieza indulges in his stupid selfish desires, and he's too lost in his lust for power and control and oppression. He's too lost in that. Whereas Goku, his kindness is hopeless. He can't reason with this person. It's not going to stop, right? He's not going to change. You can't reason with this person, right? And that's a sad, sobering reality of the situation where it's like Goku had to realize, okay, I have to make this choice. And so you think Goku didn't actually like compromise himself. He did. It's a sad scene. The entirety of Super Saiyan is a sad transformation. So to me, this is a parallel to that. The fact that Reiji nods to Steins Gate and the fact that Reiji nods to Dragon Ball Z, two stories where characters conveniently have to make a really hard fucking choice, and they have to somewhat compromise their ideals and what they've been doing up until now and grow up and literally sacrifice their naivety for the adult choices they must learn to make. Is too many coincidences. That's too coincidental, especially considering Kazuya and the choices he must make. This is perfectly interesting considering in the same chapter where we see Minnie do this, where we see Minnie with this shirt, at the very end of the chapter, what do we see Chizuru do? Contact Umi. She's clearly not happy about this. She doesn't really want to do this, but she's going to. And what does Chizuru ultimately do? She rejects him. She makes a hard choice, a unilateral choice to end this. I have to decide you're not going to end this. I am. I'm going to set the line perfectly clear. Chizuru also does this exact thing with Minnie, where she keeps walling Minnie out and not letting her into her relationship between Kazuya and Chizuru. This is now where Kazuya is being put. The difference between Chizuru and Kazuya is that Chizuru and Umi didn't really have that close of a relationship, right? Kazuya and Ruka unfortunately got to a point where there's too much physical intimacy. You'll notice there's a fundamental difference between Kazuya and Umi and Chizuru and Umi and Kazuya and Ruka. Whereas Umi, there's the constant distance, right? Chizuru decides the place, it's outside, they're fully closed, and they do not touch each other whatsoever. There's no physical engagement whatsoever. Whereas with Ruka, it is completely and utterly messy. It is completely and utterly messy. It is inside. There's too much physical intimacy. Their relationship has gone way too far, and neither is handling it well. Neither is being mature about this. To me, that's what Reiji's highlighting. Kazuya has to make an adult choice with Ruka. Not the adult choice you're imagining, where you know, the sex and all that stuff happens. Ooh, that's what being an adult is. No, he has to end this relationship. Umi opened Chizuru's door. Yeah, he showed up at her house, only to fucking leave. Without letting her know. Yeah, to be fair, he showed up at her house, and it was sus, but that's different from this scene, where... No, he did show up at her place, you're right. He did show up at her place, you're right. But at the same time, Chizuru was going to reject him then. We also don't know the details of what was actually going on then. You know, I'm still certain there's something else going on with the Umi situation. I'm pretty fucking sure about that. I'm not going to lie. I'm still pretty darn sure. But to me, on just the surface level, and that's the thing too, Kazuya let Minnie into her house. Or not, sorry, Kazuya let Ruka into his house. She asked and he let her come over. And she's his girlfriend, period. Right? Whereas with Umi, he came with the pretense of paying respect for Sayuri. Maybe he wanted something else, maybe we don't know, but even then, even at that point, did you notice that Umi never physically touched Chizuru? Right? Even at that point, there was always a fundamental distance and sense of boundaries that Umi never ever crosses. Right? Regardless of when it happened, Umi never ever crosses that boundary. Right? There's always a fundamental distance between them, even when he goes to her house. Right? Because you see them right after when they walk out, right? You see them right after when they walk out, he still doesn't touch her. Right? There's never boundaries crossed with Umi. Whereas with Ruka, the boundaries have completely been muddied. And this is meant to mirror the situation with Mami, where Mami is put in the position where Kazuya should just fucking reject her, draw a line, and he couldn't. And just as Kazuya couldn't draw a line with Mami, he's now gone far too deep with Ruka, and it's too emotional, and drawing the line now is difficult. So having to draw a line with Ruka is very important, right? Whereas with Mami, it was kind of meant to parallel this situation. Let's see. I think we're almost done with Mute. Let's finish what he had to say here. Ruka says the heart and body grow up without realizing it. However, even though Kazuya's heart likes Chizuru, his body reacts to Ruka. Ruka, too, has the body of an adult, but the heart of an immature child. Ruka seems to want to believe that she's grown up, but she's ignoring Kazuya's feelings. Neither Kazuya nor Ruka have fully become adults. I agree. This is also true. Right? This is literally them getting to that point. Where she's highlighting here is this is literally them getting to that point. Ruka's line, being second place is fine, carries various meanings. First, it is her acknowledging that she can't beat Chizuru and accepting her role as the losing heroine. Even while admitting defeat, you can sense her attachment, the obsession that she cannot be separated from Kazuya. At first glance, it seems like she's giving up on Kazuya, but it's contradictory feeling of not wanting to let go. I also agree, right? It's she's seemingly giving up, but she's not actually giving up, right? She's still holding on. She's saying she's given up, but she's literally still holding on. Even if Ruka says she's fine with being second, that's not how it goes for Kazuya. From now on, Kazuya will need to clearly reject Ruka. This time, it feels like Ruka has acknowledged her defeat and is heading towards the climax where Kazuya settles things with her once and for all. Let's see. It feels super good. I don't know whose line this is, Kazuya or Ruka's, but rather than the story ending ambiguously due to an interruption like a visitor or a phone call, it feels like there's more to come. I replied to Mute here. I actually didn't see his response. Oh, it was 6 minutes ago. Let's see what he said. Probably disagreed with me. Wouldn't be surprised. This time, the reason Ruka's actions were intensified was probably to force Kazuya to make a decision and force the conclusion, thereby guiding the conversation towards settling things with Ruka, right? I don't think so. Maybe I don't think it's that simple. Character-wise. It's about the relationship being too deep. Ruka can't make the choice anymore. It's the first time we disagree with Mio. Oh no, I've disagreed before. Kazi needs to rip off the band-aid. He needs to realize it has to be done. The difference is Chizuru can afford to nip it in the bud. She never misled Umi. Kazuya did. Yeah. Yeah. He's a people pleaser who rarely puts his needs first. The breakup will be missed. Well, Chizuru technically led Umi on by not like outright turning him down, I guess. You know? Technically. But she never let Umi in either. She never false dated him. She never did any of that stuff, you know. Whereas Kazuya did, you know. And the issue is Umi is older, whereas Ruka is younger. So there's also layers to that front. I don't think it's that simple. Narratively, yes, it's making Kazuya make a choice. Character-wise, it's about the relationship between being too deep. Ruka can't make a choice anymore, and rather comma, it's how both characters have compromised who they are for lust, being unable to decide. Yeah, I wrote. I think it can both be. I think it can both be Ruka abusing Kazuya and Ruka pushed to the brink by Kazuya's actions. Both are true. Reiji does not shy away from the fact that women do bad things in this story, and Ruka is hurting Kazuya in a way he is afraid of in himself, using his privilege and control. This doesn't make Ruka a bad character, rather just one who is naively lost in her deep lust, controlled by her desires, unable to make a rational decision anymore. A decision Kazuya must make. It's not about Kazuya's indecision, but rather a hard and cruel decision. Oh, that's what he was responding to. I guess I should add then. Make her happy in the very chapter that Ruka references. Sorry for, I should be talking, I guess, but sometimes you just want to respond. You just wish to respond to an individual. Okay. So we read what Mute had to say. Ruka can't let go. She wants to be chosen even though she knows she won't be in a sunk cost fallacy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's literally a sunk cost fallacy. That's a great way of putting it. But it's also not that simple. Because like with like, okay, so when you're playing a game and I guess it's pretty similar. It is about investment, but it's like, it's not quite like with gambling where gambling tricks you, you know? It's not quite like with gambling where like, you know, you've spent too much money, you can't stop. With Ruka, it's a little. I guess it's pretty much the same. I'm trying to like see the difference. I feel like there's a slight difference, but I guess it's pretty similar. In that you have given up too much time, spent too much, invested too much, so you can't let go. It's a little more complex, yeah. But it's not necessarily a bad analogy either. It's not necessarily a bad analogy. It does kind of align. It is quite similar to sunk cost fallacy. It's just a little more complicated because there's like emotion and connection, and there is something real. Whereas with sunk cost fallacy, it's like there's nothing really fucking real there. It's like there's emotional attachment between Ruka and Kazuya, and that is real. Whereas maybe Umi would maybe align a little better to sunk cost fallacy because Umi doesn't really have anything there. He's just cares too much, right? But there's nothing actually there, right? Whereas Ruka, there is something there, but it's never gonna pan out, and she's never really gonna be happy with it. I think that's a little bit more fitting to say. You know, there is something there, but it'll never work out, and that's just the sad truth of the situation. Wow, there's a dude. I replied to like one account, and I'm low key wondering if it was a fucking mistake. Yeah. Yeah, I keep getting these comments, bro, he's a loser. Yeah, I replied to this one account. I'm wondering if this was, maybe it wasn't a mistake. It's just these comments are rough, dude. These comments are rough, dude. Because you want to reason with every single one, and you know you can't. You want to reason with everyone, and you know for a fact you can't. So I replied to this person who's like, oh, leave this fucking loser. I'm begging you. Please don't offer yourself to be a side girl. And I'm like, I agree that she shouldn't treat herself like a side piece. Never do this, guy or girl. But Kazuya is not a loser. This is the same guy who made a movie for a girl out of genuine love, made himself the target to protect said girl, and supported her no matter how much she acted fine. And this is just the tip of a 400-plus chapter iceberg. Kazuya rejected Ruka multiple times and tried to end the lies, and people didn't let him. So he treated her with respect and did what he could to not lead her on while dating. She didn't listen, and she kept trying to be with him. Kazuya messed up later, clearly not handling Ruka well, thinking she will give up when he had to make the hard choice to end it. He does act pathetic at times, but that doesn't mean he's a loser. The girls like him because he's actually caring, outspoken, and serious when it counts. He's also, I don't want to show that person. He's also quite vulnerable and open about his weaknesses, crying in public and being okay with looking pathetic for others' happiness. Kazuya is insecure, but that doesn't make him any less worthy. His problem right now is letting go of his naive innocence and making adult choices. And of course, got a whole bunch of stupid fucking comments. Because of course we did. Because of course we did. Alright, Ken, you think we're not going to get a bunch of stupid fucking comments? And, you know, I've just resigned myself to the fact that I'm not going to respond for the betterment of my own sanity. I'm not going to respond. I think it is for the best that I do not respond and just let it go. We learned the lesson here, chat. Don't respond. I saw this post on Reddit. I thought it was really funny. Bro Lily said haters gonna hate Kazuya, the man with over 1 million haters online, the girls who love him. I think this one was funny. So this person responded, I'm just waiting for the flood of posts saying, bruh, I don't even read this manga. Did something crazy happen recently? And it's funny you say this. I get this every time I post. Literally almost every fucking post I make. Hey, so I don't read this manga, but God, it's everywhere. I see it all the time. And I'm just like, why are you responding then? Like, I responded to one person out of sheer fucking curiosity. And I was just like, maybe you should try reading it then. You might get like a different POV. You know, you're only getting what people are saying online. He's like, oh no, I'm not going to read it. I've seen plenty. So I'm like, why the fuck did you comment then? Right? I'm just literally like, why did you even bother commenting then? Like, what's the point? And I think this person says it perfectly because they secretly want to know. I honestly believe the hate towards this series is just bandwagoning for a sports team. And I can't unsee it. I'm just like, I literally can't unsee it. That's literally so accurate, right? That is so goddamn accurate. What an accurate description. It's literally just bandwagoning for a sports team. I can't unsee it. That's so accurate. Like that's the only reason I wanted to look at this post, because I saw this and I saw Gambit's like response here. I'm like, shit. I cannot unsee it. That's so accurate. Oh no, they hate Kazuya. Oh no, they hate Kazuya. And the end of that. And there's this post. Why does Chizuru enjoy being a rental girlfriend? Well, she said it a few times, but she's happy seeing other people happy. She enjoys helping people, and she gets to meet new people and practice acting and do a whole bunch of stuff. So there you go. There's layers to it. Okay. Serious discussion time. I haven't read any of these. Those past two posts I did read. I have not read any of these. So, oh, there was one more comment on Twitter that I wanted to read. I found this comment kind of interesting. Lately, there are too many harem endings. There are too many losing heroines who don't get hurt. There are too many people who don't depict that because they get criticized for it. I believe that only Kanokari will depict a story where she gets properly hurt and still finds a way to reconcile with it. I think that would be really cool. I want a Ruka story where she kind of reconciles with it, where like we see her go through the struggle of like not being able to let go, like taking some time, someone helping her through it. I think that would be really cool for Ruka's character. You know, literally seeing a reverse version of Kazuya's journey. I think that would be super fitting and interesting for her character. I kind of want to see like a little bit of Ruka's journey and have it be contrasted with like maybe Kazuya's journey or something, right? Where Ruka starts like kind of learning how to live on her own and do her own things and know she's fine. Like it feels like Ruka's journey is not ending, but it's starting. Kazuya signals the end of the relationship for them. Ruka signals the beginning of his relationship by ending their relationship. So I feel like to me, like this is more fitting of a new start for the characters. Reishi is more so setting up a new beginning for all of the characters, a different direction. Because I think he could still cook a lot with Ruka, with Kazuya, with all of the characters, even if their current situation ends, even if their current limbo situation ends. I think he could still do a decent amount with their characters, and I feel like he will. It feels like we're reaching an ending, but I don't think the story's actually ending anytime soon. It feels like we're reaching an ending, but I actually don't think the story's ending anytime soon. I just think we're heading in a very different direction. That's my take. That's my personal take. I just think we're heading in a very different direction, but I don't think it's actually ending. Sorry, just wanted to double check something. See if there's anything else. Nothing. Nada. Nobody. Nope. No, go away. I'm not paying Elon squat. Okay. With that said, let's read the serious discussions. Yay! The video game equivalent would be investing in a mastering League of Legends or Counter-Strike. Oh dear. Well, I've never played League of Legends or Counter-Strike. Oh, okay. I played League of Legends very briefly. I think you mean League of Legends. I played League of Legends incredibly briefly, and I knew this was not for me. If you want to make a comparison that fits me, maybe like getting good at a fighting game, I guess. Granted, these are skills you could carry over to other fighting games. I guess I invested too much into Smash Brothers, trying to rank up back in the day. I play Final Fantasy 14. I do not play WoW. I play 14. So I guess you could. That's a great example. I invested way too much in 14. That game has so much unnecessary goddamn grinding that I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna stop. I'm going to go play Silent Hill F. I'm gonna actually start a new character. Who is your character in Smash? I like playing Cloud, and I like playing Donkey Kong. Those are my two characters that I like playing. So, I remember always picking Cloud. So I believe Cloud was my main. I got everyone into Elite Smash. I remember that at least. I got every character into Elite Smash. Cloud OP. He was OP in Smash 4, the Wii U version. He was OP in that game. He's not as OP in this game. He's still pretty good, but he's not like stupid OP. Like Kazuya Mishima is OP if you know how to play him. What's his stupid face? Minecraft Steve, he's broken. Minecraft Steve, he's broken. My original main from Smash 4, and the main I tried to have initially in Smash Ultimate, was Little Mac. That was my initial main. I used to love Little Mac, but you see, I don't like getting bullied off stage. I don't like being bullied off stage. Thanks. Like, I'm a pretty good Little Mac main. Well, Little Mac player. He's probably like a good side character for me, but like, that's a fucking mistake waiting to happen. Nope. Nope. Anywho. What's your recommendation to a person who wants to get into Final Fantasy? Do you just start with Final Fantasy VII Remake? Probably a good place to start. And then you can expand from there. If you want the like quintessential Final Fantasy experience that may get you into older Final Fantasies, Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X is the perfect place to start. If you want the quintessential experience, right? For a Final Fantasy series, start with 10, and then you'll go to the other ones. 10 aged like fine fucking wine. It's a really good fucking game. It's like the perfect Final Fantasy game. And then you can branch out to the other ones and enjoy those. What's the best team composition for Rebirth? I'm at the Grasslands. I have my own. There's late game team compositions, but just understand everyone's fucking broken. I think Aerith is like one of the most broken fucking characters to have. So I guess you could try using Aerith, but I just kind of play everyone. I just kind of play anyway. Anyways, I was gonna get back to topic. Hey, what really gets on my nerves is all the poor Ruka stuff, but what about Chizuru? She suffered way more, and that's why I'm so angry right now. What? What? Ruka, why are we comparing who's hurt more? Like, I feel like that's a little silly. Like, yeah, this does suck for Ruka, and I do feel bad for her. That doesn't invalidate Chizuru's feelings. Granted, people seem to think Chizuru's a horrible fucking person, so there's that, but it doesn't change the fact that I feel bad for Ruka, so I can feel bad for Ruka and feel bad for Chizuru. I don't think one invalidates the other. That's a really strange argument. And I keep seeing this. I've seen this a few times, like, oh, what about this other character? I'm like, so what? What does this have to do with the argument? This seems like really silly. I think Barrett is probably my least favorite character to play, weirdly enough. Tifa is probably one of my favorites. I know Yuffie's broken as fuck. I don't know if I don't think you have Yuffie yet. You said you're in the Greenlands. You're in the grasslands. Spoilers. Chizuru's struggles don't invalidate Ruka's. It's not the oppression Olympics. That's a great way of putting it. Oh, Varicus first, I guess. But how are we liking it today, fellas? We're starting with Varicus. He did. Kazuya can prove me wrong and show me that he is better than I gave him credit for. He did. I told you, bitch. I fucking said it, bitch. Oh, man. Let's analyze. Kazuya's first instinct, run away. Good reaction, very true. This is before overthinking could kick in, and before his lust could take over. He instantly knows this is wrong without any question. This is the right gut instinct. I'm pleased with this. Yes and no. I think Kazuya running away is two things. One, he knows this is wrong. Good. This is correct. Kazuya running away also, two, has a second meaning, which is that he is running away from the situation in his own home. He's running out of his own house. That's a problem. Do you see the issue? It has two meanings. It has two issues, right? On one hand, he's running away from the situation. On the other, he is actually recognizing this is wrong. But he can't. This is where like the problem gets deeper. He's running out of the house when he invited her in. Do you see the problem? He's running out of the house when he invited her in. You can't do that. You can't like run out of your own house when you invited the person in. That's where Kazuya kind of fucked up, in my opinion. Yeah, running out would work in like a different setting, maybe. But he also shouldn't run out, right? I think running was the mistake. In my opinion, running was a mistake. It highlighted Kazuya's gut instinct was to run away, and it showed the problem and the solution. Okay, you gotta leave, you gotta end this relationship, but you can't just exit your own home. And this is your goddamn house. Where the hell are you gonna go? And you can't just leave this girl alone here. Like, you shouldn't just leave Ruka alone here in this place. That's wrong. So there, I think running was actually a mistake. It was a mistake to listen to your gut here, right? He needed to actually do the issue here. Ruka asks him not to go. This is incredibly embarrassing for her. Kazuya's reaction showed her quite clearly that he does not want to have sex with her. Kazuya did not yet take Ruka's feelings into account. He is right. If he just left her like that without any explanation, this could be a traumatic experience for her. He needs to face her head on. He stops. We are entering a dangerous territory here. This is the most difficult test Kazuya has to face yet. There are a lot of traps to fall into, and Kazuya has to try his best to avoid them. Ruka leads Kazuya to his bed. He lets her. She sits down on top of him. He lets her. She tells him that the entranceway is not a good place for this. Kudos to Kazuya. He actually tells her to wait, but Ruka ignores and kisses him anyway. This is disappointing because I hope that Ruka might actually listen to Kazuya, but she still goes with her own flow. It works at least in a physical sense. There's a hot girl sitting on top of him, so his body reacts. Ruka comments on the notable bulge in his pants and starts playing with it. This is the moment Kazuya stops her. It is a bit too late, but I'm still happy he did. He pushes her away and tells her that he loves Chizuru. No excuses, no pretense, just a clear statement where his heart is at. He decides to stop the farce. In turn, Ruka also drops the pretense. She reveals to him that she has basically known this already. I have said this before. Ruka deliberately decided to ignore all the signs that Kazuya was not actually hers. She wanted to live in this illusion for as long as possible. And Kazuya played along. She basically used him like a rental boyfriend, knowing full well that it was all fake. She says she was too scared to ask. She didn't want to break the illusion herself. Kazuya just did that for her. How fitting. Ruka was too afraid to break the illusion herself. Just as Kazuya was too afraid to break his illusion with Chizuru. Right? He's too afraid to break the illusion in fear that it might not be what he wants. Right? The entire cohabitation is called a paradise because it is a lie. The entire cohabitation is a lie. It is a big illusion that ignores all the problems, and the problems are perfectly represented in Umi's visit, where Kazuya takes his real first step into adulthood, starts learning to trust and talk to Chizuru. That's why Umi's visit was central to that conflict, and that's why Reishi said in the volume notes that Umi's visit hit at the core of the conflict in the story. Let's see. Ruka tells him that she realized that she wouldn't have it in her to get between Kazuya and Chizuru. She refers to that moment in Hawaiians where she defended him. She would not stop them anymore. She would not make a move to destroy their relationship like Mommy did. She couldn't even side with Mommy, even though that would have helped her. Ruka basically accepted that she would never get a true chance with Kazuya. She will always come second. She tells him that she's fine with that, the teaser. She would still take everything she could get. She makes Kazuya an enticing offer. She tells him that it would make her very happy if Kazuya would be her first time. Ruka gave Kazuya everything he wanted. She won't make his life difficult for Chizuru. She won't make life difficult for Chizuru. It already sounded like she would not bother him anymore, and that she would accept a breakup with him. She only has one last wish, that she can tell Kazuya's body at least it isn't, and she can tell Kazuya's body at least isn't against it. This sounds like an opportunity to end things with Ruka without hurting her too much. Will Kazuya still not be tempted by her offer? What next? The teaser for next time is it feels extremely good. At this point, it feels like bait, but I still can't be fully confident. The whole point is you're not supposed to feel confident. Again, remember how I was comparing this to the Frieza arc? Literally the same fucking thing. Literally the same fucking thing. You have so much uncertainty with Goku confronting Frieza in that arc. Again, Reiji nodded to this, so this is why I'm talking about it. You have so much uncertainty with Goku confronting Frieza because you don't know if this is going to be okay. And then Goku even admits, I don't think I can beat this dude. And then literally you're like, oh, we got this. Everything is fine. You're under the illusion that Goku's got this. Because Goku's got this in the past, right? Goku has always like been unsurmountable odds. He's like presented as an he's presented as an unstoppable force, whereas Frieza's presented as an immovable object. Only for you to realize Goku doesn't stand a fucking chance. And then there's literally like a fucking mic drop moment where King Kai is just like, oh yeah, so you guys thought he could use Kaioken to like fight Frieza? Yeah, he's been actually doing that the whole goddamn time. We're fucked. He's losing. And then even Piccolo's like, oh yeah, he's fucked. We're losing. Like literally, it's a mic drop moment because you're under the pretense Goku's got this, only to realize how outgunned and hopeless this fucking feels. And that's literally the point of what Reiji's kind of doing here, where it's like, this is the way I'm trying to like illustrate this for you guys, where you don't feel confident. You don't know what's going to happen. You will feel scared and hopeless, and like there's no way out. And Reiji is illustrating that perfectly in not giving you answers. You have no sense of security, literally, as the characters themselves do not have a sense of security. You don't feel comfortable just as the characters don't, because they're entering the adult world, and in the adult world, there is no sense of security. Your naive innocence will eat you alive. Grandma Nagomi literally tells Kazuya this in chapter 399. If you're not prepared for this, the job hunting will eat you alive, right? I'm pretty sure she said that to him, like right here. You've got to learn... you should have told me that sooner then. You got to learn to take initiative or else job hunting will eat you alive. Huh. You've got to learn to take initiative or job hunting will eat you alive. What did he fail to do with Ruka? Take initiative. Right? He didn't control the situation and now he's losing control of everything. So Varicus not feeling confident, that's exactly what Reiji wants you to feel. He wants you to be scared and not feel confident. We will get out of this, but how we get out of this, you don't know, right? You can't like visualize it. That's why Reiji's making this hard to predict. It's on purpose. First things first, I'm happy that I was wrong. My prediction was quite pessimistic. I didn't expect Kazuya to set any boundaries, and I also expected him to keep the force at all costs. The reason I disagreed with you on that front is because Kazuya clearly knows he's in love. And sex is a part of love for Kazuya. So he would know immediately, okay, I don't love Ruka, I'm not going to do this. Because he knew that before, so he would know that now. It makes too much sense. What this is actually addressing is Kazuya accepting his bad side, which is a different conflict under the same disguise. That's where you're missing the point. Kazuya accepting his lust and his desire for those around him, like women and stuff, like that kind of stuff, that is a part of Kazuya's conflict that is separate from his love and more so has to do with him and his identity. And that is what Ruka is reflecting back at Kazuya. My prediction was blah, 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 blah. He didn't expect Kazuya to stand in boundaries. I also expected him to keep up the farce at all cost. He would have made the boundaries he could have made the boundaries clearer, for sure, but he did try to draw a line. And I respect that. He also didn't lie to Ruka when it comes to that. He didn't tell her the full story, of course, but he still made his feelings clear. The illusion broke rather effortlessly. They were both only keeping up appearances. The situation is now surprisingly clear. Ruka took the step to try to have sex, even though she knew that the relationship was fake. This means that she might have hoped that Kazuya would play along and keep the illusion up. She was pushing the boundaries of her fake relationship. Kazuya had... she literally put the proverbial noose around her neck. That's literally that's what Ruka did. She was pushing the boundaries of her fake relationship. Kazuya had already told her before that he would not have sex with her if he didn't love her. Ruka knew the boundary. She is now trying to get Kazuya to make the exception for her. Kazuya should not give in here. He would come to regret that mistake later. If there was an exception to this principle, how could Chizuru trust him and he won't cheat on her if all it took was to offering attempt was an offer tempting enough? He might want to rather uphold his principles here. Ruka's situation with Kazuya has a lot of similarities to his own situation with Chizuru. As Ruka was scared to ask, Kazuya is also scared to ask. Ruka was very active when she was competing with Chizuru. She knew she had no chance, but she gave everything so she would have no regrets. Kazuya also gave everything when he thought he had no chance anyway. He had nothing to lose. The cohabitation was the complete opposite. He had gotten way more than he could have ever dreamed of, and he became scared to do anything that might make him lose what he had. He knew that this cohabitation was only temporary. He knew that nothing was resolved, but he was already living with Chizuru. He wanted to enjoy the experience for as long as possible before the illusion broke. Ruka did the same. Chizuru had miraculously disappeared, and Kazuya had seemingly gone over her. It was too good to be true. There were hints that this wasn't actually the case. But Ruka wanted to enjoy the experience for as long as possible before the illusion broke. Kazuya's illusion was the rejection. Ruka's illusion broke with Kazuya's illusion broke with the rejection. Ruka's illusion broke with Kazuya confessing his love for Chizuru again. Kazuya told Chizuru that he would still keep loving her and that he would wait for her. She then kissed him, giving him hope again. She wouldn't have kissed him if she didn't have some feelings for him, right? Ruka now tells Kazuya that she's fine with being second. If Kazuya now gives Ruka what she wanted, it would give her hope again. He wouldn't have sex with her if he didn't have some feelings for her, right? I think a better comparison would be the Umi situation, but all right. Chizuru tried to draw a clear line with Kazuya. She said she didn't want to make Kazuya wait and that she didn't want to lead him on. She also told him that she wouldn't consider a relationship if she wasn't sure about her feelings. Those were principles she tried to uphold. She failed. Kazuya told her he would still wait and she gave in. She kissed him. She followed her desires instead of upholding her principles. She had never been able to draw a definitive line with Kazuya. I actually think she didn't follow her desires. She was honestly honest with herself, and that was a decision she made in full, complete control. I actually disagree with that. I actually think Chizuru didn't follow her desires. She made a decision in complete fucking control. She kissed him in complete control. It wasn't a mistake. Because she wanted to the whole time. And then her desires got out of control afterwards, and then Chizuru was actually controlling her desires the whole time. You think she's not, she is. You think she's not, but she is, because what do we see? Chizuru wants to be with him, and she's choosing not to. Which means there's a reason she made July 11th. That she's putting him first instead of her desires. She's actually doing the complete opposite of Ruka. Literally the fundamental opposite of Ruka. She's doing that. Kazuya must not do the same with Ruka. He must not give her hope again. Well, Chizuru didn't just give him up. She was ready to start a fucking relationship with him. So, he would make Ruka stuck in limbo, just as he is stuck with limbo in Chizuru. She would leave, but she would always wonder if what she did really didn't mean anything to Kazuya. He would make her wait forever for him. Unlike Chizuru, Kazuya is already sure about his feelings, so he needs to draw the line with Ruka very clearly and not blur it. I agree with some of this. Good analysis as far as I can tell. One thing that popped into my mind reading back is the game of boundaries, setting up holding them versus ignoring them or failing to set any in the first place, being one of the sub themes the series plays with. And all characters have faults. Who could forget Kazuya blackmailing Chizuru into a second rental date on the series, for example? The main difference for me is who crosses which lines. Kazuya made it very clear after Chizuru set up proper boundaries not to ever cross them, even though at this point in the relationship it might have been appropriate to do so. Whereas Ruka never accepted any boundaries in the first place and just kept pushing. The last chapter in particular is rough since she's rolling him over and attempting to physically corner him into giving a pseudo consent, and given her track record, this is ugly, just imagining their genders reversed. Kazuya does give her some leeway, right? Kazuya does give her some boundaries and leeway. She does inevitably stop near the end, but the pseudo consent thing I do agree with. Everyone thinks the teaser for the next chapter is similar to what they say in spicy scenes, but I believe it's him saying that he feels really good about having managed to hold back and finish with Ruka once and for all. No. Very good analysis, but you're too kind to Ruka. She has gone too far this time. This is sexual assault. If Kazuya was Ruka in this situation, it would come across much worse. It's very clear that Kazuya is not giving his consent to the situation. She keeps pushing because of her selfish desires. Again, they're not wrong. This is just a further extension of what she has always been, an extremely No. Ruka isn't just extremely selfish. Ruka has lost herself in her lust in this situation. Before, she had times where she would stop. It's just Ruka has a tendency to be controlled by her lust because she deeply wants this thing, and at this point in the relationship, it's not too crazy to desire it. Kazuya does say no, but he needs to reinforce that no because sometimes words are not enough. You're right. Look, don't get me wrong, you're right. Him saying no does stand, but he needs to reinforce it through shutting down boundaries and clearing up their relationship because Ruka has kissed him in the past and he still let her into his home. Okay, Ruka has kissed him in the past. He still let her into his home. He still interacted with her. He still let her touch him. While Kazuya has said no, he has not properly reinforced boundaries to someone who is clearly much younger than him. Okay? Kazuya must enforce strong, extremely strict boundaries so that this never happens again, and that means ending the relationship. Okay? Unfortunately, Kazuya has not reinforced the boundaries very properly, all right? She's infatuated with Kazuya strictly because he makes her heart beat a little faster than normal. She's not infatuated. She's actually in love. She's actually in love. Her desire is childish. She's lost control of her feelings because of her desire, but she is, in fact, in love. It's totally unacceptable and unredeemable for her character. Not sure what else there's to say. No way to defend Ruka's act. I don't really agree. It's your point of view, so I respect your position. I don't agree with your summary of Ruka. Varicus' version is far more balanced. Yours is just black and white and misses the point. Varicus observes the grays in between. The point I'm referring to is that you missed how the chapter isn't about the assault. You open and close with it as a primary example to criticize Ruka's actions. There's simply more to the story. I'm not keep reading what this person said because I kind of agree that they kind of just only see the worst in Ruka's character. They don't want to see the full picture of what's actually going on. For me, whatever leads to the famous picture of Kazuya facing Chizuru at the bridge. I relate to Ruka more than... I was thinking about what actually feels good. For example, if Kazuya finally thinks everything the anger he's been holding inside. Would that even be possible? Kazuya letting his anger out. It's totally possible. Top Hat Paladin. They make some interesting analysis, so let's give this a shot. Some advice for anyone who finds themselves in Ruka in this situation. If you ask somebody to have sex and they respond by immediately jumping to their feet and trying to flee from your house, it's probably safe to interpret that it's a hard no. Nothing too surprising in this chapter. I'm relieved that Kazuya has been essentially pretty decisive about putting his foot down with Ruka, but he is still falling prey to one of the long-time flaws, his unwillingness to ever disappoint people or make them sad. Ruka has definitely exploited his tendencies in the past, and and to an extent she's doing it again this week, but not deliberately so this time. Thank you! Instead, while she is trying to force her way forward into a piece of territory she can claim, she's continuing from last week by trying to be direct and open about it instead of falling back on her old tricks of guilt tripping and blackmailing. Like, this is why this is sad. Ruka has been actually quite open with him and pretty direct with him. And it's just not working. And you can feel the sadness and the desperation to not let go. And yet she must. We can also see notable shifts to Ruka's perspective, where she was once heavily driven by the need to defeat Chizuru in direct competition. She's essentially accepted that she's lost the war by now and is openly just angling for whatever scraps are available. In addition to the explicit confirmation of this, I'm okay with being second, it's also telling that she's begun to suspect that Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship had begun to evolve as early as Paradise and has been trying to bury her head in the sand about it for months. She's running on Wile E. Coyote logic. Her relationship with Kazuya has gone over the cliff ages ago, and she's just trying to delay the moment where she looks down and gravity finally kicks in. As I described it, living dead. For all that talk last week about her maturing, the levels of denial clearly isn't good for her either. My optimistic best case scenario for next week is that Kazuya sits her down and says you shouldn't have to be second place. Go out there and find someone who can actually return your feelings. There's bound to be somebody. I think Kazuya certainly believes that, and it'd be an interesting narrative parallel with his receiving a similar message in chapter 380 and 383, but it'd probably also be too clean of a method of tying up this plot thread. This arc feels more like Ruka's last stand, and I think this stand isn't quite over yet. It's interesting you mentioned that, because chapter 402, what did Kazuya say? Compared to before, she's been pretty laid back lately. She's been acting more like a cute, devoted girlfriend. It's just that Mizuhara is too amazing. Ruka-chan's already the kind of girlfriend everyone would be jealous of. You're already amazing. He literally says it right here. You're already amazing. Don't settle for sloppy seconds. He's already saying it right here. You're already getting kind of a clue of how Kazuya feels about Ruka, right? This chapter, to me, pretty much lays out how Ruka is actually an amazing girlfriend. It's both a disguise and the truth, and that's the brilliance of it. This scene is both a disguise and the truth. It lays out how Ruka is already a fantastic girlfriend, but she just needs a real relationship. While at the same time, this acts as a disguise for what's actually hidden underneath, that Ruka's lust is taking over her feelings, and she's driven to a corner, and in so doing, most of this kindness was actually in many ways also a disguise. It's both. And that's what makes it more sad. Kazuya in this scene perfectly sees how Ruka is a fantastic girlfriend, and in so doing, he has his exact perfect answer. He knows exactly how to answer her here. He already knows exactly what to tell her and what to say to get her to understand she's already a fantastic girlfriend, right? And that she deserves someone who values her as much as she values him. So I think this chapter actually perfectly highlights both the disguise and the truth of Ruka's feelings and how she's already an amazing girlfriend and doesn't need to do any of this. I've always said that she's the perfect girlfriend, except she feels just as fake as a rental. And that's sad. You shouldn't settle for that. That's a sad way to live things, you know? But yeah, this feels like Ruka's last stand. I agree. I definitely agree here. He still hasn't recovered from chapter 1. Part of the reason he hasn't taken kid's gloves off with Ruka is that he knows how much pain he went through. He tries to be kind. He doesn't want to cause the suffering than anyone else. If I put on my full optimism glasses, my hope is that Kazuya can manage to use his experience, not to keep running away from the needs to reject Ruka, but just to understand her perspective and tell her, hey, this needs to stop in a minimal, painful way. When I was putting together my top-level post for this thread, I wrote up some things I wanted to see Kazuya say to Ruka next week, and it hit me that I was writing out very similar sentiments to what Chizuru had told Kazuya in chapter 380 and 383, that this was just a couple of weeks ago in universe and undoubtedly still fresh in Kazuya's mind. I'm still not confident that he will do what I've been hoping, but he at least has to first-hand knowledge that getting rejected doesn't have to feel like when Mommy just walked up one day and dropped him on the pavement. I do think that Mommy showing up back before Ruka arc might push him in the right direction too. Maybe the combination of mommy resurfacing and how things played out in Odaiba unlocks something for him. I don't know. It's hard to believe he'll harness the right lessons from Chizuru's rejection right now because we haven't seen them from her yet, but I guess I believe when I see it. I guess this is the perfect time to read what I wrote. So I have two of them. Let me pull up the second one. So I guess I'll start with this. It feels like chapter 403 pushes everything to its absolute limit. Things are going to break soon. The point to me is that we have gone too far, ignored and waited too long, yearned too much. All sense of safety is gone. It feels scary, hopeless. We are reaching the end of a loop. When we're kids, we think the world is nice and full of dreams. But when we become adults, we see how gray it really is. Indulging in selfish desire can leave you trapped, and more than that, kindness too can be hopeless. Like a kid learning how to grow up, tough choices must be made. No matter how cruel or harsh it is, the hard path, sometimes, no matter how much we wish it isn't the one, is the right path. We carry ideals, we carry ideal dreams as kids, and we want to stay true to who we are. But when we wake up as adults, we realize there are people we can't reach. Kazuya can't save Ruka and be happy with himself. Kazuya has been unreasonably kind to Ruka, letting her live an illusion with him, but thinking she'll give up. Ruka is also far too far into her own delusion and fear that she can't change. She has lost herself in her lust, degrading her love. There's a dramatic irony in Ruka placing the proverbial noose around her neck, as she was the one who told Chizuru she did this to herself when pushing Kazuya to go out with Ruka. Now Ruka, when all the chips are down, gives in to her instincts to satisfy a base desire. It's kind of sad. You've got the wrong idea. I heard you guys, back then, when you gave him that big push. And I'll have you know, it's far too late for regrets now. Aren't these words just ironic, considering where she is right now? Aren't these words pretty fucking ironic, considering where she is now? Let's pull up that scene. I heard you, back then. You did it. You stirred him my way. I don't want to hear any regrets. It's far too late for that. The reason I'm Kazuya's girlfriend is because of you. How ironic. Like, the dramatic irony literally writes itself. Kazuya always said he would make sure it would end well, that he would make sure everyone was happy in the end. We think Kazuya will stick to those ideals, that he won't compromise who he is deep down to satisfy a base desire. But he can't. Kazuya can't make Ruka happy. I know you don't want to make your... Let's pull this scene up. It's from chapter 225. Skipped it, my bad. You were already in love with someone, and that person was so beautiful, so mature. I never thought that even once that I stood a chance. Sometimes I'd get so anxious. Right, she's eating food. But for real, what are you going to do? It's not like you can keep presenting a rental girlfriend as the real one forever, to your family, I mean, because grandma is looking for an heir. I'm talking about Chizuru's son. I understand you don't want to hurt your grandma, but all this has to come to an end someday. I'm not saying all this to plant a flag before Chizuru's son or anything. I'm worried about both of you. I won't do wrong by you. Not you, and not Mizuhara. I'll end it the right way so neither of you gets hurt. Let's call grandma right now. About what to do if things went on this way forever, because I love you. I really, really do. And yet, Kazuya can't make her happy. In the end, he has to neglect... And by the way, this chapter I just showed you, This chapter I literally just showed you, it's the chapter Ruka references. It's literally the chapter Ruka references in this chapter. Right? It's chapter 225. And she literally just referenced it right here. In the end, Kazuya has to neglect someone for another. He has to choose. Kibe said this. Kazuya neglected Ruka. He forgot her while he forgot her while she got closer to him. We want to believe we can reach everyone with words, reason with them to stop. But sometimes we can't. We have to make a choice. In this scene with Kibe, let me pull it up really quick. Chapter 245. Kazuya apologizes to Kibe. Says, sorry for lying to you about Chizuru all this time. It's not like I deceived you on purpose, not in the least. I don't have the time to hold a grudge over stuff from 4 months ago. An awkward dude is awkward because he can't treasure a bunch of things at the same time. Of course, people get big with money or power, but everyone has a small vessel they're born with, which they will fill with things they can protect right up to the brim and live with that. To be honest, it was exhausting, thinking I've been lied to all this time. I was jealous of you walking around with a bombshell, but I was happy for you too. I thought you were a good match. I believed that we could be more than honest and talk about stuff like that all the way down to our core. So how weird do I look, never having thought to Google Chizuru Mizuhara? But she's your girlfriend, isn't she? So the bond you two have is real. If you think that's something more precious than a childhood friend, then so be it. Seeing it like that, I could make peace with it. Well, it's normal for people to lie about what's precious to them. That doesn't mean they had bad intentions. It just means you weren't a guy who couldn't lie like I thought. That doesn't mean you've strayed from the definition of a good person. But if you break up now, I'll disembowel you with a chainsaw. Right. This is a part of adulthood. Giving up our innocent naivety that things will work out somehow, that we can make it so no one gets hurt. But that's not the real world. Chizuru knew this and made her choice to reject Umi no matter what, and even lie to Minnie to protect her precious truth. Literally like Kibe just said. Ruka was going to get hurt inevitably. This was always going to happen. The longer you wait, the more it will hurt. A firm line has to be drawn. Kazuya won't ever be happy with Ruka, and that won't change. They both know this. It must end before there's no turning back. If you do it with the person you love, even a little bit, that's when I consider it cheating. The opening page even reads, "This is a crossroads. This is nearing an end, and an end must come." The next chapter is 404. 4 is the number of death, doubled, and 0 the number of nothing. The preview is, "It feels very good." But to me, this is a misdirect. We must not act with desire. These chapters are all driven by lust, a lust for a base desire to satisfy ourselves. Ruka tries to get Kazuya to give in to his desires and her unreasonable attacks. He doesn't give in, but she won't stop. No matter how good it looks or feels, an end must come, as happiness ends. If all we do is chase happiness and ignore sorrow, we are living a lie. If Ruka settles for being second, she'll regret this. If Kazuya goes through with this, he will regret this. This is what it means to make adult choices, to do what must be done, no matter how painful it is. Mirroring what Minnie said to Chizuru in chapter 387, it is far crueler to come so close. It is far crueler to come so close and tell him to just give up. The more you invest, the harder it is to let go. And yet, he must. Just as Chizuru had to make a choice, she had to reject him and then commit if she was actually serious. A choice must be made. Ruka isn't simply about indecision. As Kazuya clearly turned her down in the past and rejected her advances, he did decide. No, This is about an unfair, selfish, and cruel choice Kazuya must make to unilaterally end the relationship so that she will understand. Kazuya's journey right now is about taking steps into adulthood. The cohabitation presents that in a positive and clean way. Now, the cohabitation presents this in positive and clean ways. Now the story is presenting it in a completely dirty and gross way, because that is adulthood. It's not just clean, it's an uncomfortable and sobering reality. I think Kazuya may find a side of himself he never knew existed. A side he may have looked away from. This happened at the start in a positive way when he jumped off the ferry to save Chizuru. But what happens when he's pushed to the brink? When everything he knows fails? Reiji referenced two different stories recently with Minnie. First, and the most obvious, Steins Gate, which has a similar situation where Okuba had to mature and grow. The second, and more subtle, is Dragon Ball. In particular, Goku's iconic line to Frieza, "You mean Krillin." Why is this relevant? Goku with Frieza had to contend with his morality and was pushed to the edge, transforming not just by breaking his limits, which he had already broke many times before, but with sadness and anger. Despite all the chances he gave Frieza, he had to take a life because he wouldn't change. Goku had taken lives before, but here he tried to preserve all life, even the ones that he didn't want to, and he couldn't. This is the death of innocence, a sobering reality that you have to wake up and make choices you don't want to, that sometimes kindness isn't enough. This is similarly present here with Kazuya, as he, like Goku, has pushed past all his limits and never given up, not compromising on his ideals that he won't let anyone get hurt, thinking that if he works hard enough, he can do anything. But that isn't life. It's a dream. You should, of course, try to remain true to who you are in life, but there will be times when that's just not possible. This is one such case with Kazuya. He can't reason with Ruka. She doesn't listen, she doesn't listen, and now she's willing to treat herself like crap just to be with him. Kazuya has clearly had pent-up anger and sadness at his mistreatment, frustration at the world around him which actively seeks to rob him of autonomy, and now Ruka actively touches him and steals away his control while degrading herself to do it. This may lead Kazuya to snap. People think Kazuya may give in to Ruka here. I think what people don't realize is there is another side of him he will give in to, his rage. Kazuya may yell at Ruka and tell her to leave. He's physically larger and stronger than her. He has not used that strength before this point. This is a conflict of Kazuya as well, contending with his gender as a man, and how men abuse their strength and rage in relationships. Kazuya has not faced and accepted this side of himself. He pushes his strength away because he doesn't want to be like those terrible men out there. This is a part of why he struggles to take action, and this is a part of why he struggles to take action with Chizuru. Not because he can't, but because he does not wish to rob her of autonomy. He fears becoming a bad man. Much like Goku didn't want to be like other Saiyans, but had to embrace the primal transformation in Super Saiyan. You can see this as early as the cheer update. Kazuya feared hugging Chizuru because he thought she might break in his arms. When they are in the shed, he resists his urges to the point of passing out. Yet his size is emphasized to show how physically large he actually is. Kazuya also has a conflict of frustration with gender equality. Heck, privilege in general is something he struggles with, not seeing his own in this situation, how he himself is privileged, fearing to address his own strength and privilege as a man because he hates what it represents, yet not looking at women honestly. There's also the element of privilege when it comes to Kazuya's upbringing and how he has family and has all these people. Kazuya was raised quite privileged, you know? Kazuya had a lot. Chizuru really doesn't have much. You know, Chizuru really doesn't have much in comparison to Kazuya. Kazuya actually has quite a lot, and that perfectly aligns with his privilege as a man that he doesn't see. This is what it means to grow up, to accept yourself and who you are, your heritage, your ancestry. That they don't have to define you, but they are a part of you all the same. Kazuya has not faced his urges, his anger, his sadness, his strength, and Ruka is challenging that right now. Kazuya having a physical reaction to Ruka is part of his desires as a straight dude. That doesn't mean he likes it. Ruka being on top of him would make most dudes happy, but he doesn't want to do it with Ruka. It bothers him. He doesn't want to be touched by her like this. This is Ruka abusing her privilege as a girl, something Kazuya deeply fears in himself as a man, hurting a woman with his strength. Ruka is doing the very thing he fears in himself to him, using her hands to get what she wants despite what he says, like a man who lusts for control. With Ruka, Kazuya might need to use his physical strength to stop her, but the dramatic irony arises when he realizes that in not using his hands in the past, he may have hurt his relationship with Chizuru, that his words actually did the one thing he didn't want to, isolate her. Kazuya's journey is of growing up, becoming an adult, and making hard choices. This seems to start with Ruka, a possible harsh ending, as it happened to him in the past. He may understand Mommy better for those reasons. Maybe he will also find a different path to be friends in the future. This doesn't make Ruka a bad character. Rather, it's just one who's naively lost in her deep lust, controlled by her desires and unable to make a rational decision anymore. A decision Kazuya must make. It's not about Kazuya's indecision, but a hard and cruel adult decision he must make. Another aspect is Kazuya seeing and accepting his own desires that he denies. Kazuya looks at other women. He's very horny, but he naively tells himself that his heart belongs to Chizuru. His love for Chizuru does not negate the lust he feels, and he must accept both coexisting. This isn't to say he should act on it, but accept this bad side of himself, that his heart truly does belong to Chizuru, but he clearly feels sexual desires and looks at other women. In accepting this, he can start controlling it. In denying it, he loses control, just like Ruka does. Woo! Woof. I blitzed through those. Come on. Give me some good jobs. I need some good jobs in the chat. I need some good jobs in the chat. Let me see. Oh, I haven't looked at church. Hey, Johan, what about chapter 4? Chapter 4? I wonder if Kazuya is going to force Ruka off of him and then tell her everything. Chapter 4? What was chapter 4, I wonder? It's probably from a while back. Chapter 4 is when they run into Mommy. Yep, chapter 4 is when Mommy... chapter 4 is the Mommy chapter. Yeah, it's called the ex-girlfriend. Yeah. Ex-girlfriend Mommy Nanami. Yeah, it's when Kazuya is renting Chizuru and they run into Mommy. Good job. Thanks. Thanks, I guess. Just good job. Guess we can read this. Give me a second. I'm going to go grab some water. BRB. I'm going to grab me some water. Okay, we're back. Watashi ga kita. Okay. First thoughts, best thought. Good luck. Get the fuck out of there, Kazuya. Yikes. Okay, so he bolts, which is good. He needed to de-escalate some distance is a good start, but then his nature gets the better of him. Caught in a clash between clearly not wanting this, but also not wanting to hurt Ruka. But again, His own house. Leaving is a bad idea. Obviously, he shouldn't have let her drag him back, but you can imagine the contradiction causing him to freeze up. His thought bubbles stop as she approaches. The overthinker stops thinking. He's in trouble. She tossed him on the bed and mounts him. Again, his resistance is half-hearted. He doesn't want this, but he doesn't want to hurt her, and this contradiction is what leads us from crying on the street, begging to be his trial girlfriend, to mounting him against his will and grabbing his junk. The surprise blush when she feels it initially is pretty great, not gonna lie. Hate the situation, but well expressed, and his arousal is some validation for her despite the wrongness of it all. As drawn, this chapter would be hot as hell if they both actually wanted this. Digression over. Yeah, pretty much what I said. This would be quite attractive if they actually liked each other. It took this long for him to finally draw the line, which is bad, but at least it's a line. It's the first time he touches her the entire arc, and it's to push her away. He says the things he says the things she was suspecting the whole time. He tells her to stop. He already told her he loves Chizuru. Well, that's a good catch, by the way, that this is the first time he touched her this entire time, and it's literally to push her away. Like, damn. That's brutal. That's brutal. The only time he touches you, and it's to push you away. Right? Chizuru thought something might be going on between... Ruka thought something might be going on between them, but chose the lie. Lying to herself that he got over it after Hawaiians and didn't investigate further because she was afraid to find out. By the way, wasn't I literally calling this shit? Didn't I literally call this shit in like past streams? Just fucking saying. I've been calling this shit for like a while. I literally said this shit. Right? Then the part that really bums me out. I'm sure backing up Kazuya and Chizuru at Hawaiians hurt, but it was the right thing to do. As wrong as Ruka has been, she saved the man she loved at the cost of her own desires, and I always give her credit for that. Thank you. The glimpse into her life during the ghosting when he was dead to the world and she took as much care of him as he would let her, heartbreaking. Worse now but that's the thing. She caused the 3 months. Ruka caused the 3 months. Ruka was literally Chizuru's reasoning for the 3-month time skip. So on one hand, it's heartbreaking. On the other hand, she created this very world for herself. She created this very illusion. I think a part of Ruka feels guilty about that. That she caused the 3-month time skip, and she was the reason Chizuru was gone in the first place, and the reason he felt like shit in the first place, right? Chizuru was the reason he felt like shit, but Chizuru was gone because of Ruka. So, in a sense, you feel bad for Ruka, but in a sense, you can also realize she kind of caused this for herself, you know? Worse now that it's come to this. I know you're in love with someone else, but I want you and I don't mind being number 2. Bleak. We've seen how big her heart is and how much affection she has to give. She deserves someone who can reciprocate that. It's just has not been and will never be Kazuya. Hopefully he can make that clear to her, that she deserves more than the scraps that she's begging for. Because as tempting as it might be, I don't think he's the having a side piece type. Side note, I wrote this all yesterday morning, but I got to lead up to Paradise while rereading last night. And what I think she deserves after revisiting the condom rabbit throw is a very different than what I wrote about lol. Not to victim blame, but Kazuya probably should have said the thing in the entryway and skipped over getting assaulted. But with Ruka, who knows if that would have stopped her. Yes, this scene is the culmination of everyone's mistakes, but she's 100% in the wrong for crossing the line physically when he clearly doesn't want to. Ruka says she can't get between the two, but she has, but she is. The scenario is more or less exactly what Kazuya wants, but not with her. We've seen it in the recent vivid dream. He wants Chizuru to pin him down, kiss him like there's no tomorrow, and have the playful blush and smile of recognition when she feels his body react to her. This sort of spoils the dream for him. What next? Damn. This does kind of spoil that dream, doesn't it? What next? This needs to end. Will it? I don't know. I fear that Kazuya won't answer right away. CRE mommy, and Ruka is satisfied with saying her piece and feeling his, and will leave him as confused a mess sleepwalking to the next of his birds that come home to roost. Why? 3 reasons. 1, while I think he's just dragging this out for the dollars, posts are sort of dumb. Yeah, no shit. That's why I do my job too, lol. Keeping the story going is literally Reishi's job. Ruka exiting would be a massive domino falling. No, no. I think Reishi is gonna have. You're misunderstanding what Reiji's gonna do. Reishi can end this with Ruka, but he won't necessarily have her exit either. I don't think that's correct. So let's see. 2, more story related. Kazuya's self-esteem isn't there yet. He doesn't believe he's good enough for any of this, but he also doesn't think that he's good enough to say no to it. You can very easily read this last string of thoughts before his internal monologue cuts off as a victim justifying their abuse. Oh, you mean this right here. I can't move. What's happening? My legs are frozen. I mean, come on. The young, cute girl put herself in a swimsuit and made such a bold move. If I run away from her now, it'd be too cruel. It'd scar her for the rest of her life. Yeah, I can kind of see it like that, sure. 3, lack of resolution with mommy. He still hasn't recovered from the chapter 1, and part of the reason he hasn't taken the kid's gloves off with Ruka is that he knows how much pain he went through. He tries to be kind. He doesn't want to cause the suffering to anyone else, which is why he wants to find a resolution where no one gets hurt. Feels like he might not be able to actually get through until he gets closure with mommy. No, but he can. Kazuya can, and he's going to. I genuinely believe Kazuya is probably going to shut Ruka down. In the last chapter, I was saying that he had an advantage over Ruka and wasn't even aware of it. Now he's not using the advantage because the moment he thinks about the emotional damage he could inflict on Ruka, he freezes. Even in this situation, he's more worried about Ruka's feelings than his own, despite being the victim here. I don't think I'm wrong when I say that Ruka isn't fully aware of what she's actually doing. I wouldn't even be surprised if she's interpreting Kazuya's physical reaction positively, like, he hasn't left the apartment, that means I've managed to interest him a little. He's hard, that means he wants it too. Kazuya is kind of being betrayed by his own body, not just because of the boner, but because he's in complete shock. Under those conditions, it's extremely hard to defend yourself or fight back. And this is the thing with Kazuya's character that I was just talking about earlier. He has this conflict with himself, with his literal physical body, and he kind of hates himself for these feelings. And what you're describing perfectly embodies chapter 218, the chapter that still haunts him to this day, a chapter where Kazuya literally feels betrayed by his mind, his heart, and his body, and he truly and utterly hates himself. This is pretty much that. Kazuya's conflict ever since Hawaiians has literally been with himself and his body and his self-hatred. And the betrayal of his own body is a huge factor in what Kazuya is trying to deal with in accepting himself, as he doesn't trust his body and how he will react and what he will do, which is why he stops himself from moving, because he's afraid of what he'll do if he actually takes action. He's actually terrified of himself. He's really scared of what he'll do if he actually tries to move and take action. That's why Kazuya is so incredibly passive. He's genuinely terrified of himself. He's scared of himself and he hates himself, and he's scared of what he might do to the people that he loves if he actually does something. And I think that is exactly why Kazuya is having this sense of betrayal with his own body right now. In the same way that Kazuya doesn't respect himself and a part of him would rather suffer than hurt her, Ruka is desperate enough to settle for being a second choice. Literally mirrors of each other. It's not out of love that she's okay with being the third wheel. It's purely because she's desperate to get physically closer to him. Now, her desire has consumed her to the point of losing her mind. Well, losing her mind is... She's lost control of herself. I don't know about losing her mind. Some might think she's doing him a favor by giving up on replacing Chizuru, but that's not it. She's not even giving Kazuya the option to leave. She'd rather cling to him like a leech. The image he has of her is not insignificant in this situation. The image he has of her is not insignificant in this situation. For him, she's a fragile girl. The rare times he actually cares about her is when he feels she might get hurt by his words or actions. Not as a lover, not even as a real friend, but more like an adult who feels responsible for the potential impact he could have on a much younger girl. Like an adult with a kid. Literally, like I was explaining earlier. That's why Kazuya has to make the adult decision, because the kid will not listen. And these thoughts echo through second meanings when Kazuya agreed to date her while he was scared of her emotional immaturity. The first impression built on image of her is that he still had. The first impression built on image of her that he still has. That's exactly why he's stopping himself from leaving right now, out of fear that she wouldn't be able to handle the blow. What's interesting is that she's perfectly aware of this dynamic when she says, "Before you know it, the mind and body become all grown up." She knows he's infantilizing her, and he doesn't trust her. And infantilizing, so because she's a kid. Yeah. Anyway, all of this is unhealthy on so many levels. The chapter could have come straight out of a psychological horror manga. It's the same events that happened during Kazuya's birthday, but worse. Oh yeah, so much worse. Now, on a personal note, I can't help but feel sorry for both of them. Yes, even Ruka. Even though she's doing this, you can tell she's absolutely no idea what she's actually getting herself into, and she doesn't realize what she's actually agreeing to sacrifice. And I'm not talking about her virginity here. She's essentially sacrificing herself and Kazuya's feelings along with her just for a fleeting bit of warmth and intensity in a complete void of self-worth. Wow. Oh, brutal. Brutal. Oh, wow, that they hit it hard, dude. Knocking it out of the goddamn park. Wow, well said. That last line. Oof. That's so accurate. Oh man, knocking it out of the goddamn park. Was I the only man feeling bad for Chizuru here? Kazuya probably want to tell her about it. Oh, yeah. For those who find it horrible and are scandalized by what Ruka did, rereading the chapter might change your opinion. The starting point is she might want to have sex with her boyfriend, who is also the guy she loves. She's tried and is trying to seduce him for that, and it's definitely different from the other approaches because she doesn't want Kazuya to beat Chizuru or to make her heart beat faster because she's sure she loves him. She wants him because as a woman, her body needs him. She wants to have sex with the guy she loves, and even the fact that she knows his feelings for Chizuru haven't changed, whether he's sleeping with Chizuru or not, isn't totally indifferent to her. It was to be expected that Ruka would at least suspect Kazuya and Chizuru, and her plan involved that. She accepts that her heart won't change and still wants to be a part of his life, even as the second woman. How can anyone have the nerve to say she doesn't love him? Because love isn't necessarily healthy. Regarding the situation itself, when she tells Kazuya what she has in mind, she doesn't hold him back or restrain him. She asks him to stay, and after an internal monologue, he does just that. You mean when he's at the door? She grabs his shirt with her fingertips and drags him to the bed. He may go reluctantly, but he doesn't make an effort to resist. It's because he's hesitating. He doesn't know how to feel. She throws him into the mattress, kisses him, and he is always passively receiving everything except his friend. She holds him there, and then does he regain some sanity, stops her, and declares that he loves Chizuru. But this time, Ruka already knew and doesn't care. The manga ends with her hand there and without Kazuya removing it. Kazuya won't succumb to Ruka. He'll probably manage to convince her that he's wrong for her, and there's still, well, perhaps even Ruka receiving some kind of affirmation about how she affects Kazuya, like him exploding in her hand. Okay. For those of you who find this, you can absolutely find what Ruka does horrible. Even the author doesn't excuse her behavior here. Everything is drawn and written to make it as unhealthy as possible. Thank you. Ignoring your partner when he tells you no and forcing yourself on him the way she does is not love. It is lust. What Ruka is doing is lust. This is not love. She has lost her love. The meaning of her love is seemingly disappearing. I completely agree here. Kazuya is paralyzed at the moment. His brain literally short circuits. We no longer have access to his thoughts precisely because he isn't having any. Many of those who have been victims of sexual assault rape can confirm it. In that moment, you feel like your life is in danger and you're driven by fear. Depending on how you react, you'll run, fight back, or freeze. In Kazuya's case, Ruka takes advantage of the moment of weakness to climb on top of him. And she sits on top of him so he doesn't fucking move. She literally sits on top of him so he doesn't move. I unfortunately don't think it's going to end that simply. In any case, I wouldn't find that logical. Ruka is far too attached to this point in the story. Kazuya resignedly accepted almost everything she did to him. When he wanted to, he stopped her. No, he didn't just accept. You're completely ignoring the scene where he's like, wait, and then boom, she just tackles him. He literally says, wait, don't do it, and she tackles him. So let's not ignore this. Let's conveniently not ignore this. He's clearly freaked. She's literally presented as above him. Ruka is quite literally presented as above Kazuya. I'm gonna think for Kazuya for a bit. Ruka's accepting having no chance in a constellation prize she wanted her first time with him. Chizuru wanted one last date. Looks at the difference. She wants to sleep with Kazuya for once. But just look at how she never considers how he feels before, ever. She doesn't think about if he grants her wish, she will have what she wants while Kazuya gets to become a cheater. But we aren't dating won't work here. If it did, lying would make you honest, he would know. Not like she's gonna become happy herself, and when it comes to Kazuya, she wishes to ruin his life. No, she's not trying to ruin his life. She's just literally not thinking straight. Ruka literally lost herself in her lust. She's literally not thinking straight. Yeah, why not? You can sleep. He can sleep with you. Then he can continue his life like he didn't. It's not like it's gonna affect anything. He can't get a boner. Okay, either from shock or combined with a shock. But it's still sexual assault. This written here is drama. Does Kazuya not look cool? Why he should? I'm having a little hard time reading what this person's saying. Yeah, Ruka's not gonna stop by herself. Really wild chapter. Like, there's wild chapters and then there's chapter 403. It's been discussed what kind of things will happen, if any, to stop them from doing it. And I just want to say something that would make this thing even wilder than it already is. What if it's not Chizuru doesn't know the address most likely, or Minnie that shows up to the door, but his good old friend Kibe and or Curry to give him some birthday gifts? That would explode this whole situation more than even Chizuru seeing them. Oh yeah, that would be brutal. Whew. That would be brutal. Kibe or Curry? Oh, man. Oh, that would be brutal. Like I said in the release post, horrifically hard read. 0 out of 10 may have been a bit harsh, but whatever. I will give it to Kazuya. His first instinct was to separate himself from the situation. When Ruka forced escalation, he told her the truth about his feelings with Chizuru. With that said, none of this will matter if he doesn't definitively reject her in the next chapter. Last week, I said that if July 11th is really going to happen, this arc needs to be about Kazuya tying up loose ends, and currently Ruka is the biggest threat to cut. Horrible look for Ruka. I'm glad that we as a community have come to a general conclusion that she sexually assaulted him, because this is exactly what it was. I get that she's a kid in love, but her actions make her look so goddamn bad. Again, to me, it's very blurry. Ruka is doing something bad here, but it is incredibly blurry for me. Ruka is crossing lines. I'm assuming he locked the door, right? Good question, actually. Kazuya runs to the door. Oh, the door is locked. Oh my god, he's trying to open the door and it's locked. He's too panicked to unlock it. Right? He's so freaked out that he didn't even get a chance to unlock it. Oh, wow, I didn't even notice that the first read. He's so panicked he didn't even realize it was locked. He's just moving it, right? He's just moving the lock trying to open it and it's not opening. Maybe he did unlock it. There's a chance he unlocked it, right? Maybe Kazuya did unlock it and the door is unlocked, which would be kind of crazy. If Kazuya may have unlocked the door, there's a chance he actually unlocked it. It better be locked. I think he may have unlocked it. And if Kibe and Curry catch him, that would be crazy. Ruka locked it? Did she? No. No, she just grabs him. No, she just grabs him. The door is not locked. If Curry and Kibe show up, Jesus Christ. If Curry and Kibe show up, Jesus Christ. That would be really bad. Right? Really bad. Oh, man. I could see that being the spiraling moment. I could see that being the spiraling moment. Dude, I could see that totally being the spiraling moment. Someone shows up and catches this. And Ruka realizes she, like, really fucking hurt him. I think Ruka realizing how much she hurt Kazuya would be big. Check 403. I think she locked it while he was doing the test. Well, no, I mean, there's a chance Kazuya might have unlocked it here as he was trying to exit. He's trying to open it, and I think he unlocked it. This scene right here, I'm pretty sure he might have unlocked it. It doesn't matter. This is 403 and 402. If she locked it, he might have unlocked it here. Yeah, that, and you lose the dream girl and the easy lay. No, it's not that. It's just, I think what's going to happen is things are going to spiral out of control. I could see it spiraling out of control if Kazuya is caught with Ruka, and it's a part of his own indecision, and I could see that like exploding in his face. I think there was also one more thing I wrote. Let me see if I can find it. As I said before, Ruka chose to avert her eyes from Chizuru. We are presented with the illusion that she sees, that she was actually looking at Kazuya, but all you see is her back, just as all you see is Kazuya's back, choosing the second instead of the first. Okay, Ruka isn't simply about indecision. The first time chapters do not have a part 1. The first time chapters do not have a part 1, but they do have a part 2. I'm pretty sure this has maybe happened before, but I think there's a thematic play here with that. Because there was never a first, this was a lie. Just as Ruka has never been the main, yet now wishes to settle for second. Don't ever settle, love yourself as you wish to be loved. Ruka settling for second is Ruka being okay with being a side piece. She says she's okay with this, but she isn't and won't be. Just as in this chapter, she's clearly taking this too far, losing herself and abusing Kazuya's kindness, knowing full well he doesn't love her. Ruka speaking of growing up and being unable to ruin Chizuru and Kazuya's relationship, but this is childish and she is ruining things. She doesn't see herself in what she's doing. She mounts Kazuya, and while it appears attractive, it is also invasive as she touches him without consent. This is also in part on Kazuya. He let her in close. He didn't cherish things and let the relationship escalate. Him being frozen at the door captures this well. He took too long to end it and now struggles to exit. Yet he exits his own home, having no control in his own house. Kazuya running at the start was a mistake. Ruka was vulnerable and scared. He wanted to de-escalate, but all he did was speed things up, triggering Ruka's reaction after. Boundaries are key here. She is in his home. He must control this and speak to her, not run when she shows herself. Ruka is nearly naked while Kazuya is fully clothed. This is problem 1. With Reiji highlighting this, as the condom goes further and further away from them. Ruka is not Kazuya's equal here. She is above him. She is in control in his own home despite being near naked. 2. In running further from her, he made her want to close the distance. Hence sitting on top of him and then kissing him. Clothing her and not running was important. It would have slowed things down. But Kazuya panicked. He did what he's been doing, avoiding the problem. Ruka is clearly uncomfortable too. She's not herself. You see this when she notices Kazuya's crotch. She blushes like crazy, and it seems far too innocent. When Kazuya gets his boner because of her boobs, Ruka then gets up and tries to take control via the crotch, acting like an adult. This part is probably too horny for some this part is probably too horny for some, when you can also see it as quite uncomfortable, as she is literally teasing his crotch with her finger. Imagine the roles flipped. This is what ultimately triggers Kazuya to just shout his love for Chizuru. It's too much. It's too far. Kazuya here looks totally panicked. He doesn't look comfortable at all. Imagine a guy constantly touching a woman's crotch without consent. People would kill him. But a girl, people treat it like the guy's lucky. But this is wrong, and it's dangerously close to sexual assault. Ruka deep down knew about Chizuru. She just chose to look away, chose to not confront the truth, afraid of the end. Chizuru brought Ruka in at the start, and Ruka pushed Chizuru away now, swapping roles with her. She created the very scenario she found herself in as a twist of irony. Chizuru isn't really to blame for Ruka here. Ruka knew how Chizuru felt and pushed her away, knowing it is what caused Kazuya pain and led to the 3 months. Ruka isn't just scared here, but must also feel guilty that these are her actions haunting her as they haunt Kazuya. She is his mirror. Kazuya knew the situation with Ruka needed to end, but out of fear and guilt, chose to draw it out until they reached this crossroads, the inevitable spiral of not making choices. Just as Mami was forgotten and asked if he still loved her, Ruka is forgotten in the shadow of his back. Mami's question is central to this conflict because Kazuya knows he doesn't love Mami and takes too long to answer. She decides for him. Kazuya took too long with Ruka too, and now it's far too emotionally painful to let go. This matches Kazuya's test last chapter where he had a timer. And again, we were talking about this before, where I think it was Glimmer that pointed out, hey, remember how like this is literally a mirror to the start of the series where Kazuya felt really bad for rejecting Ruka and she started crying and he couldn't handle that, you know? Right? It's literally a mirror to that, where Kazuya literally couldn't handle Ruka crying. He felt really bad for her. He didn't want to scar her. And this is exactly what Chizuru did at the start of the series. She saw Ruka crying and she felt bad for her, right? But the choice needed to be made regardless, you know? This mirrors what Minnie said in chapter 387. It's far cooler to come this close and tell him to just give up. The more you invest, the harder it is to let go. This is Ruka perfectly. She mirrors Kazuya. He can't give up, and she can't either. They need time and new memories apart. Ruka is too close, too invested. She can't control herself anymore. She held back for too long. Chizuru and Kazuya were the same way, clearly at the brink and wanting to touch each other. Ruka, however, did get to touch him and started losing control, just like Chizuru is. The difference between Ruka and Chizuru is that Chizuru keeps controlling herself despite losing control. She refuses to let her emotions be defined by simple desires. She wants to know she can make decisions outside of these desires. Ruka is younger and thus losing herself in them. So yeah, I think that's a good assessment from before, that like, you know, Curry and Kibe might be there, which would be like so much worse than like what we think is going to happen. I think that will be like infinitely worse. Like Kazuya's whole situation would be utterly messed up, right? That would be so messed up if Kibe and Curry shows up. Holy crap. Right? Especially if they hear Ruka saying it feels so good or something. Oh no. Right? Oh man. That would be the worst, looking like a cheater when you didn't do anything wrong. That would be the worst. And I could see Kazuya totally fucking spiraling. I could see Kazuya absolutely fucking spiraling. That would be quite fitting. Like Kazuya loses complete control of the situation and he completely spirals. That would be really interesting. I think Chizuru would believe him I think Chizuru would believe him and would know Ruka was doing shit. Chizuru is not the issue. Everyone else is. Chizuru is not the issue. Everyone else is. Right? It feels like something both Kazuya and Chizuru would have to do together. But I don't know. That's hard to predict. You know, where would mommy come into play with all of this? What would that be all about? Where would we even, like, there's so much to tackle. There's so much going on. I think it was locked. Kazuya unlocked it, but couldn't open it. Believing him doesn't make it hurt any less, though. Of course. Yeah, of course it's going to fucking suck. Yeah, of course it's going to suck. I like the idea of his decisions or lack thereof catching up to him, not only when it comes to Ruka, but also affecting Chizuru. Yeah, it seems like that's where we are, and it's like about hard decisions too. It's not just about like before Kazuya could make decisions, but these are like hard decisions, you know. Kazuya, the panels isn't showing Kazuya fumbling with the door lock. He's just jiggling the handle as he panics. There is not quite. So here you see his hand kind of moving. It looks like he's doing something here. It doesn't look like he's touching the hand. I think he's unlocking it. I think he's literally yeah, you literally see him unlock it. Yeah, no. Here, I thought the same thing initially. I thought he was just juggling the handle. No. He actually unlocks it. You literally see him unlock it. And then he grabs the handle, clank, it starts opening. And then he sees Ruka and freezes. Right? And then he sees Ruka and freezes at the door. Now, the only character we know who knows where he lives is Minnie. So it makes a lot of sense for Minnie to be here. It makes too much sense for Minnie to be the one that catches him. Right? And then that would be really important. Why? Because Minnie's illusion would break. Minnie has an illusion over Kazuya. She views Kazuya in a very particular way. She idolizes him. Minnie idolizes the shit out of Kazuya. So Minnie's illusion of Kazuya utterly breaking would be big. Because what happened? Ruka's illusion just broke. And if Ruka's illusion just broke, it makes too much sense to have Minnie's illusion break too, as Minnie is her reverse. That's why, like, I was thinking Minnie makes a lot of sense. That's why I was thinking Minnie makes a lot of sense, because Minnie was literally mentioned last chapter. Right? We mentioned Minnie last chapter. I even said Minnie might show up. So Minnie showing up and seeing this, and walking in, because Minnie would totally walk in, you know, I could totally see that being an issue, you know, Minnie seeing that and then judging him for it. Because guess what? Chapter 340. Let's go to chapter 340. We fucking talked about this before. Chapter 340. What happened? Right? What happened? Minnie sees Kazuya struggling to answer the question, have you ever cheated on your partner? And then she says, don't freak out. I'm not going to judge you. I, however, will post it about it on socials. Right? You've got pretty girls all around you. A guy does it once or twice saying it's my senior in college. Huh. That's interesting. She says she won't judge him, but will she? Would Minnie become like disillusioned about Kazuya? Would she judge him? That would be quite interesting. How would Minnie react to seeing that? We don't know, right? She says she won't judge him, but what if she does? Right? I think that sets up perfectly for the illusion, especially considering Minnie hides that she would pick her lover over her friend. What if this comes back full circle? Right? What is the relevance of this? What is the relevance of this? Is this would she pick Kazuya over Chizuru? Or does she like, what if Minnie has a crush on Chizuru? Right? Would Minnie pick Kazuya over Chizuru? I feel like this chapter is very relevant. I feel like this chapter is very relevant, and her hiding this answer, do you value your lover more than your friend? Ooh. I think Minnie's gonna be the one to see this. Oh, this clicks too well. This clicks way too well. I think Minnie's gonna be the one to see this. And the fact that Minnie was referenced last chapter gives me that inclination even more. The fact that Minnie was specifically alluded to last chapter definitely gives me this inclination more, especially considering Minnie's visit in chapter 389 alluded to cheating. And it literally mirrors Ruka and acts as her reverse. Whereas Ruka, what is it? Whereas Ruka saw the entire, came into Kazuya's house and cleaned it, only to do this and make everything fall apart. Minnie shows up to Kazuya's house and makes it a mess. And yet she's on top of him and everything and starts giving him advice, right? Acting like she's helping him, right? So literally both are illusions. And it feels like those two illusions might end up clashing, which I think would be quite interesting, right? So maybe we do get some sort of resolution with Ruka, but then Minnie walks in, which causes another cascading effect right after. And then Ruka feels guilty about that because now she is actually getting in the way of their relationship, right? I think this chapter is a point of convergence for many plot lines. I 100% agree. I totally 100% agree. Yeah, I see it. It feels like too many things are aligning. Too many things are connected. This feels like a big crossroads turning point moment. One thing will be resolved and it will naturally connect to another. Everything Reiji has been showing us has been a massive misdirection, right? And I think Minnie is the biggest misdirection there is. Minnie is the biggest misdirection there is because what if Minnie betrays Kazuya? And which makes you wonder, was she ever his friend? Oh. Minnie betrays Kazuya. Was she ever his friend? Bro. That would be crushing. Right? That would be really interesting. Would Minnie betray Kazuya? Would Minnie keep it a secret? What would Minnie do? Right? What would Minnie do? Yo, Minnie, I hope Minnie shows up. I'm just really curious what she would do if she saw this. I'm just really curious what she would do if she saw this. Oh man. Right? How would Minnie act? What would she say? What would she think? Doomsday Theory. Chizuru calls. Kazi accidentally answers the call. Ruka moans. Kimochi. The end. I do think those words will have some massive relevance to the chapter in some way. I do think those words will have some massive relevance to the chapters in some way. In what way? I don't know. I'm genuinely not sure. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just responding to mute. Okay, sorry about that. Where were we? Minnie is a mystery. I don't know her well enough to predict her reaction. All I know is she's gonna barge in without knocking. She's shown time and again she doesn't respect boundaries. Yup. And Minnie catching them would be quite bad. It would be quite bad. Like, and I could totally see it happening, and how she reacts would be really interesting. Like, that's what I'm curious about. How would Minnie react here, right? How would Minnie react here? Because I think she would be like, what the fuck? Because Minnie is literally obsessed with Kazuya's love for Chizuru. She's obsessed with Kazuya's love with Chizuru. So maybe she sees this and she thinks she might have a chance or something. Or, oh, wait, it would act as a reverse of Ruka. Oh, Minnie admires Kazuya's love for Chizuru just as Ruka admires Kazuya's love for Chizuru. Minnie's illusion would break here, and so her perception of Kazuya would shatter. Because she would, so Minnie would experience the total opposite of Ruka, where she has this illusion of Kazuya that would shatter. And her perception of Kazuya would totally shatter, that he's not what she thinks he is. No, I had a little more, but I kind of like lost track of my thoughts. Damn. No, I think Minnie's illusion of Kazuya would totally shatter, and she may realize maybe she's been wrong the whole time. That would be interesting. Or it might be the start. I think first she's going to react, because Minnie, of course, always reacts. I could see Minnie just immediately reacting and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Just like readers would probably react to, what the fuck are you doing? Right? Minnie would yell at him initially, but after that, I can't figure out what Minnie would do if she walked in. Well, Minnie is a blabbermouth, and she'd probably want to tell Chizuru. That's hard. That's hard, you know. Minnie could also force Ruka to face the truth, because it would be pretty uncomfortable if Minnie suddenly showed up. Well, Ruka realizing that Minnie was here first would probably be a big thing, because I said that too. Because Kazuya lied to Minnie, Kazuya lied to Ruka, telling her she was the first one here when she wasn't even the first one in that regard. So Ruka realizing she's not even second, she's like third or fourth. Like, I think that would be pretty fucking soul crushing. Ruka realizing she's not even fucking second, she's like third or fourth, would be pretty goddamn brutal. Like, I think I wrote about this last week. right? I feel like I wrote about this last week where yeah, let me go to my account. Ruka meaningless. Fuck. Oh, presence. I could say presence. Oh god, go away. I think Ruka's illusion might break soon. Imagine trying to be Kazuya's present only to realize your presence has no meaning in his life. It would deeply hurt Ruka, who struggles with belonging and feeling defective. I think this arc may really highlight Kazuya's failures here. No, I think I had something else about Ruka that I wrote. Ruka giving? Oh, these are old. Okay, gift. Okay, I guess I just Ruka. Oh, I even said it back then. Ruka's return in 401 is no coincidence. Kazuya and Mommy had a fake relationship that was never going to work out because Mommy couldn't be serious about him. This directly parallels Kazuya with Ruka. He is being placed in Mommy's position and could in turn understand her better. Jesus Christ, why am I so good at this? Jesus Christ, why am I so good at this? Kazuya won't ever be serious about Ruka because he loves Chizuru. This ironically both throws Mommy's own actions back at her, but also has Ruka starting to get more serious about Kazuya. She may even consider, okay, I already said that, introducing him to, well, okay, so not introducing him to her parents, that's out the window. Kazuya wanted to introduce Mommy to his grandma. In fact, that's the exact line he thinks of just before running into her again, wanting to introduce Chizuru now, even though he's already introduced her to his grandma before. It's as if this was the trigger that ended and began things. We do not know why Mommy broke up with Kazuya, but we do know Kazuya kept trying to introduce her to his grandma, and she turned him down. And interestingly, the narrative Kazuya was given about breaking up is starting to break. He sees Mommy with Hakuba, who is connected to the breakup, and Kazuya is clearly curious about Mommy's dating life, as he is curious as to why she broke up with him. His illusion is breaking. This also puts Kazuya in a position of a rental boyfriend, in turn understanding Chizuru as well. Whereas Ruka can understand how the clients she had felt, much of this is about self-reflection. Kazuya, in seeing how he led Ruka on, can see why Chizuru struggled so much. As Chizuru actively went out of her way to try and not give him false hope, her words always told him to temper himself, not to mislead him, but because she didn't want to say yes only for it to be no. Completely counter to how he handled Ruka. To Kazuya, Chizuru's actions are mixed signals, but they weren't. This is something people don't understand. This is something people don't seem to understand about rental. A big factor of it is the balance of not leading the person on, not giving them false hope it's real, but rather helping them find something real. This is why it always started with money and agreement before beginning. Chizuru understands this really well. It's why whenever she does something private with him, she makes sure it's off the clock. So a line is drawn, only for the lines to blur, with Chizuru seeking the real thing but struggling to break the relationship free from fiction. Drawing lines is a big motif. Chapter 400 and 402 and 3 at this point shows Kazuya's struggle with drawing clear lines of understanding and relationships, unable to do so with Mommy, Ruka, and even Minnie in chapter 389, 388. In contrast, Chizuru draws lines with Minnie in chapter 387 and with Umi in chapter 394 and 395. In learning to read signs and draw lines, Kazuya can understand what Chizuru was trying to tell him, but felt she couldn't. She let him into her house. She let him touch her and kiss him. She let him touch her and kissed him. She agreed to a date and got very vulnerable. She wouldn't do that with just anyone. There were clear signs that she was always very serious about him. She didn't kiss him on a whim. She didn't magically change her mind. In fact, when he learns about Hawaiians, he will realize just how much he mattered to her. She isn't just in love with him, she wants to marry him. In fact, Kazuya's inability to read signs and give proper signals is present from a long time ago. Kazuya in the 3 months kept thinking, oh, okay, we already know all this stuff, so I won't get into that too much. Where's the other thing I wrote about Ruka? There it is. Ruka isn't really truly facing him, just like she isn't facing Chizuru. right? I read all this. Back to Chizuru. Kazuya never answers her. She just believes it. Ruka doesn't want to look at Chizuru because she knows in part. Ruka doesn't want to look at Chizuru because she knows in part she caused this. She's the reason Chizuru feels the need to give Ruka some sort of answer. Ruka in part created the circumstances for the 3 months to happen. She created the very world of illusion she lives in. In the date and the cohabitation, Chizuru learns how Ruka feels in a way, feeling like she's never good enough, trying to live up to Ruka, just as Ruka tries to be better than Chizuru. Secondary, not main. In contrast, Ruka gets how Chizuru feels being real but fake. Chizuru thinks she needs to face Ruka when I think the truth is Ruka needs to face her and Kazuya. In contrast, when Kazuya needs to face is not Ruka but himself, what he is choosing to do. Chizuru, I think, needs to face Mami and see the truth of her love, why this is happening. Okay. Let's see. Ruka is a mirror of Kazuya. Just like he couldn't give up on Mami or Chizuru when rejected, Ruka can't give up on Kazuya. In thinking she will give up if he dates Chizuru, he belittles her love as well as his own. Mami's question highlights the problem and the solution. Just as Kazuya, just as Kazuya's returned to his black hair, so too does Ruka at her home return to her home of origin as a mirror of each other's beginning and end, with Ruka representing Kazuya's start and Kazuya representing her end. Just as Kazuya belittles himself and doesn't see what he can do, Ruka, the character who appears and feels like she has no influence, might have the greatest influence on everything. Okay. Ruka lives in the delusion that she's dating Kazuya for real now and ignoring the possibility of Chizuru. Kazuya lives in the delusion that he's not dating Chizuru already and ignoring himself and thus everyone around him, including Chizuru, forgetting that he's also dating Ruka. Both live in a delusion rooted in desire. No matter how selfless they act in it, it is still a lie. They are hurting themselves and each other in not addressing the real issues. It's happiness that ignores sorrow, making it incomplete. It's like learning to read and communicate. No, there's something else. Where is it? The small lie that Kazuya tells Ruka in 402 about her being the first girl in the apartment feels really small and minor, yet you would never think this is a big deal, yet it hides a much bigger issue of foundational lies, making it a bigger deal than it appears. Too many, Minnie is just a friend, so this is not a big deal. Yet the first time Ruka saw Minnie at Kazuya's house, she already felt uncomfortable with her, as Minnie is Ruka's inverse, admiring Kazuya for his love for Chizuru just as Ruka loves that part of him. They are flipped. Let's also not forget, when Minnie comes over to Kazuya's place, she got him drunk, had him carry her to copy Chizuru, messed up his apartment, and then acted like that's totally normal. Contrasting Ruka, who we first see clean Kazuya's apartment. These two girls are literally opposites. Emulation and or experiencing things by proxy is key here. Ruka wants Kazuya's love for Chizuru for herself, so she directly asks him to date her instead because she is real. So she directly asks him to date her instead because she is real and Chizuru isn't. In contrast, Minnie admires Kazuya's love, and rather than find her own, she lives through his. Minnie is Ruka's inverse. They are far more connected than they appear. When Ruka disappears from the story, the person who selfishly actively wants to be with Kazuya, Minnie is there, selfishly shipping Kazuya and Chizuru, trying to force them together, not realizing she divides. Minnie then starts catching some feelings for Kazuya, but lying to herself in her non-committal, as she gets the experiences Chizuru was supposed to have, being his rental to her rental. Kazuya, in contrast, starts seeing Minnie as a girl, something he forgot about and didn't process. To me, Kazuya and Minnie are the question of, can a guy and a girl be friends? But also its contrast. Can friends also accidentally catch feelings in sharing experiences they maybe shouldn't have? AKA getting too invested in another person. This perfectly mirrors Ruka. Oh my god, I was just talking about how they're fucking invested in each other. What the fuck? I was literally just talking about how Ruka is too invested. What the hell? I was just talking about how Ruka is too invested in her relationship with Kazuya, and now I'm starting to realize how Minnie is too invested in her connection to Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship. And she won't let it go like a kid. And Chizuru has to be a mom and wall her out. Holy crap. This is fundamental to the Joy Polis state. As much of the experience with Chizuru is not a first time, as much of the experience with Chizuru is not a first time to Kazuya, while Chizuru, who went there 7 times, is experiencing it all anew with him. What the fuck? What? I literally described the first time. What? It's literally not a first time. Are what? 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 Am I like fucking time traveling? What the fuck? Am I like fucking time traveling? Wow. Thanks, past me. You made some great analysis, bro. Oh my lord. This is also contrasting Ruka's actual first time and how it's built on a lie, too. Chizuru, throughout the date, constantly asks Kazuya if the things he is doing with her he has done with Ruka. This is because all of this is actually a first for her. She went to Joy Polis before as a rental, but she is a total newbie to dating, ironically, mirroring Ruka herself. In reality, nearly everything Kazuya said and did wasn't because he did it with Ruka before, but rather because he did it with Minnie, who, wait for it, is just a friend, right? So it's stupid to be bothered by it, right? Is it starting to click? The small line 402 is a big deal. The source of Ruka's desire for sex is because Kazuya was chasing Chizuru's keychain, aka chasing Chizuru. This first time is a lie, even if neither have had sex. And the point of the relationship is to share real experiences with each other, not to do it based on lies. The little lie roots itself back to Kazuya's experiencing things with Minnie first instead of Chizuru, the one he wanted to actually experience things with and chose not to. A perfect mirror to Ruka, but now on a much larger and more consequential scale. All of chapter 402 is a lie of first times. This is now impacting Ruka too, as he is experiencing a lot of things with Minnie and even Chizuru first. And she is secondary. And now it's looping all the way back around to a big experience like sex. Something that, if it happens, is cheating and even robs Chizuru and himself of a first with their true lover. It's funny. Yeah. Minnie has a relationship. Minnie has the relationship with the other ladies. Minnie has the relationship that the other ladies want with him, except it's platonic, and a bell I've been ringing for a very long time now. It's funny you mention this because this was clearly Mommy's reaction upon meeting Minnie, asking if she's just a friend, while Kazuya asks if Hakuba is her boyfriend. Appearances, boundaries, and how relationships function is really important here. Let's see. This is fascinating because Minnie represents the audience, and many readers want Kazuya to become a good guy, not realizing what they actually want is for him to conform. That's why Minnie is mirrored by AI. These aren't really his thoughts, but Minnie's. Minnie has always given us what we want, but the irony is Minnie is literally written that way on purpose. She's just reflecting back at us what we think. Half of those words aren't even really her own thoughts. It's just what other people said or her working off of half information. Wow. I'm kind of crazy though. I'm kind of crazy though. did not matter. Okay, maybe just matter. Let's see if that gets what I want. I'm trying to find this thing I wrote where I talk about like Ruka not mattering at all. Yeah, I talked about how we've looped. Didn't matter at all. So what's wrong about that? Well, I was right about this. The status quo was not going to be perpetuated. Mami was always going to keep it going, but Ruka has wanted change for a while, and she really wanted to sell. And yeah, okay, so I was kind of right about that. Maybe this is where I said it. We first saw Ruka in chapter 28, her house. The end of the chapter is of Ruka reaching a point of interest in a new experience, literally like her backstory. She tries to mimic the past, putting a pillow between her thighs to remember a moment. But it doesn't work, she can't go back, yet her hand can't touch the future. Oh wow, literally trapped. Oh wow, literally fucking trapped. And the thing is, the future she is imagining, Kazuya with his old hair, is not the future now. She does not know Kazuya changed his hair. She doesn't know he's doing driving school. Let's see. Ruka's return directs us a parallel to Mami's question to Kazuya: "Do you still love me?" As you see Kazuya think about confessing to Chizuru before Ruka calls, how fitting considering Ruka trusts him now he doesn't love her, not to say "I love you" back. Just as Mami returns to the past with her question, so too does Ruka literally return to her origins, forgotten just like Mami, yet seeking to take her relationship to the next level with Kazuya, much like his last birthday, reversing those events and thus reversing the outcome. Whether it was his intention or not, Kazuya has not been fair to Ruka lately, while Ruka has actually been very trusting of him and takes him at his word while he lies to her. Because she's okay with being lied to. Many of us expected Mami to be the big deal, yet we conveniently forgot about Ruka. And rather than causing anything, I think the real tragedy. Oh, Ruka did cause stuff, right? Just like her backstory, she didn't matter. Kazuya wasn't with her because he wanted to be. She didn't help him get better. He never moved on. She was living a lie. On the day she wished to give him the gift of her presence, she finds out her presence was meaningless. That would be that would be quite brutal to say the least. Ruka has visited Kazuya's home before, but she has not seen the new home, the new him. And maybe she'll realize she doesn't know him anymore. Well, that wasn't quite right. But I was right about the other stuff. Yep. Hey, glad to know I was right about other stuff. Right, I did make some good stuff. Okay. Oh, I've been looking away from chat for a while. Whew. It's sad that he's closer to Minnie than Ruka. In a way, Ruka's mistake for going to the trial girlfriend route instead of trying to sneakily and organically get closer to him. I suppose that's why she's been gone from the story for so long. She's an afterthought. Well, a part of it was a little bit the editors. A part of it was a tad bit the editors. So I guess Reiji's playing into that thematically, like how she's been erased. So to me, Ruka being an afterthought in the story, and Ruka not being allowed to be included narratively, is ironically exactly what Reiji's playing into with this. There's a meta narrative at play with Ruka's character, and how she's been treated by, like, say, the editorial department, and how Ruka literally is almost content being second now, because she's almost treated like an afterthought when she shouldn't be second. I think that's really, really fitting on a meta narrative level, and how she's literally been erased seemingly by the editors a little bit, with them not letting Reiji do stuff for her, and Reiji wanting to do stuff outside the manga, and yet still, like, not being able to include her like he wished. Ruka feeling erased and yet being around the whole time is literally like her relationship perfectly. A living dead character with a living dead relationship, barely in the story, matching exactly how the secondary girls in these kinds of stories tend to get treated, where they literally just disappear after the things don't work out with the main character because they're not the main girl, they don't matter, they just go poof poof, go goodbye. And then to top it off, on a meta narrative, literally the editors didn't let her be included, and now Ruka feels like, you know, she comes back, she has a big presence, and yet that presence literally does not matter. Brutal. There's so many layers to Ruka's character, right? Ruka literally clinging on to the manga as everyone tries to erase her. As everybody tries to fucking erase her. That's brutal. Literally uncared for, not mattering, literally feeling forgotten and erased. I literally said this earlier, like, right, she comes back just as mommy comes back, literally forgotten just like mommy was forgotten, right? Literally holding on to the manga, not letting go. Literally, yeah. Like, she's literally clinging on for dear life because it feels like her life is, like, gonna end. It feels like everything she experienced up until now is just gonna poof end. And that's just so fucking sad. Like, she's willing to degrade herself and lose who she is if it means she gets to stay in the story. That, on a meta narrative level, that's pretty much what Ruka is doing. She's willing to lose herself and give up who she is if it means she gets to stay in the story. That's so incredibly sad. Literally losing who you are just to stay because you don't want to be alone. You don't want to lose yourself. You don't want to lose this relationship so desperately. Like, it's almost a nod to the readers. There's so many people who don't want a story to end. There's so many people who don't want relationships to end. There's so many people who don't want people to die. And we cling on desperately, willing to forego who we are to keep it going, right? To keep living an illusion. We're content with the illusion, with the lie, because we desperately wanted to keep it going. We don't want to lose this thing so badly. It acts as a mirror of Chizuru's own feelings towards Grandma Sayuri. Literally going through her grief and not really letting her go, still talking to her even though she's gone, right? Chizuru still talks to Grandma Sayuri even though she's gone, right? She still speaks to her like she's there. Like, there is actually, like, a genuine element of grief that's being played into here, clinging on to something so desperately, that it sneaks up into your heart like a snake. Like Ruka, you think Ruka is the snake. The snake is the lust inside Ruka's heart to keep this going so desperately because she desires it so bad, right? That's the actual snake. Dude, that's so sad. Like, when you look at it that way, that's so incredibly sad. That's why I don't want Kazuya to snap at her. He'll probably disagree with me on this, but I don't think he has the right to get mad at her. I agree. I don't think Kazuya should snap at her. but I could see Kazuya pushing her away or something. I don't know. Sure, reject her is the right thing to do on every level, not giving her breadcrumbs, but I don't think being in love with someone else gives you the right to mistreat other people who like you. Yeah, I kind of agree. It just feels really sad right now, you know? But Ruka is still like physically touching Kazuya and Kazuya has to stop her, you know? He has to push her away. That's why I'm curious if we'll see a side of Kazuya we either haven't seen before, or we haven't seen in a long time. Like if the mini thing happens, I could see Kazuya snapping. If the mini thing happens, I could see Kazuya maybe snapping, freaking out maybe. I'm just really curious where this is going, but like Kazuya definitely has bent up anger or pent up anger. Kazuya clearly has like pent up anger and frustration at his situation. He's clearly frustrated with his work right now. To be fair, society kind of normalizes what she's doing. Ruka? A little bit. Toyotaro, Kira Toriyama's successor, wants Dragon Ball to continue indefinitely. That highlights my point. That kind of perfectly highlights my point. We literally we cling on to something desperately because we don't want it to end. Right? Fucking Frieza over here. Speaking of Dragon Ball, fucking Frieza literally wanted eternal life. He literally wanted eternal life so he wouldn't fucking die. There you go. Let's see. Sorry about that. Kazuya could snap it himself and have a mental breakdown if someone sees them like that. True. If you could give Kazuya advice in one sentence, what would you say, Fate? It doesn't matter. That doesn't fucking matter. I already said what I would do, but you know. I put it this way, Ruka doesn't realize how much damage she's done to Kazuya either, so you have to see it that way too. Well, she does know actually. I disagree. She knows to right now she doesn't know. In this moment she doesn't know. Which is why boundaries have to be set in, early on in the relationship. Yeah. You have to set boundaries very clearly, otherwise like things will just fall the fuck apart. Okay. We read Twitter. We read other Twitter. Well, at least this Regi's thing seems to be slowing down, so that's good. I bet he still has a oh, never mind. Does he still have like a bajillion quote retweets? Oh, 1.2 million views. 1.2. I'm not gonna bother with the quotes. I'm not stupid enough. I'm not that stupid. I'm not that goddamn stupid. Are you kidding? I may be dumb, but not that dumb. Okay. Seems like we've kind of done everything we wanted to. Boundaries are a part of being respectable. You mean respectful? Or do you mean like you get respect being respectful? Confused. Could mean either or. Okay, well, I think I've done plenty streaming for today. It's 4 p.m. right now. We've been streaming for 4 hours. How fitting. Streaming pretty much 4 hours and like 11 minutes or so. Let me check if there's anything on Twitch. You sure chapter 4 doesn't have any relevance to the current chapter? Why? Did you have like something in mind that you were thinking of? Well, we talked about mommy. Oh. 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 I understand. Kazuya runs into his friends Kibe and Curry. How funny. That's so funny. Oh. And then, wouldn't you know it, they run into mommy. Oh. Maybe Kazuya is walking Ruka home and they run into him. I don't know. It'd be funny though. I wonder if Kazuya is going to force Ruka off of him and then tell her everything. That this could be quite relevant. This could happen. Right? This could happen. Boom. Lol. So that's why you fucking said that. I see. This could be relevant, sure. I could see it being somewhat relevant. We could be just completely wrong though. Just don't forget. Like this is all pure conjecture. This is all just pure conjecture. We have no idea if we're correct or if we know what the fuck we're talking about. Plans for Thanksgiving, Johan? Well, initially I work. I work in the morning and then I'm off at like 12, which is kind of nice. So I do get I think I get paid double, hopefully, maybe. And then afterwards, probably just hang out with my mom and eat some food. Or we might cook something, hopefully, maybe. Not sure. So yeah, we'll see. We will see. Okay. So I think I'll call it for now. I think I'll just call it for now. I got nothing else to share for you guys, fellas. We're kind of just in like that weird limbo where we kind of don't know where the story's fucking going. It's hard to predict. Like you can only make so much good analysis with what you got. It's kind of really hard to know where the hell we're going. And it kind of sucks that, you can't reason with people, until things calm down. I do recall Reiji saying things will eventually calm down a little bit. So, give it a little bit. I think by chapter like 410, things should maybe calm down just a tad. I give it to chapter 410, which is going to be a while. It's not going to be till a little bit. So we're going to have a little bit before things calm the fuck down a little bit. Because right now, everything is in like absolute fucking haywire. Things are like going ballistic crazy. What in the fuck is happening kind of stuff. And there's like no room to breathe. You're just panicking. You're freaking out. And Reiji knows it. He's playing directly into this. Like he knows it's like, oh yeah, this shit's all reactionary. I'm pretty sure you're referring to the haters, but your comment still works. Pretty sure you're referring just to the haters, but your comment still works. So in this case, like it just feels like things are just a little haywire and they should hopefully calm down eventually. There's literally kind of no reasoning with the haters. You can try, but they just won't listen. Like they don't want to listen. And you shouldn't like go out of your way to waste your fucking time trying to engage with people who don't want to actually talk to you. Cause they just won't, they're just really set in stone about how they feel. I'd say 420 until it calms down. I don't know. Things have been moving really fast. And 410 seems like a decent place to maybe slow down just a little bit because maybe that's where the volume would end. So, I could see it chilling there, but it's really hard to say. It's really hard to say. Stop asking me when the series is gonna end. I don't fucking know. I don't think it's gonna end anytime soon. This feels like a new direction. 408 is volume end, so yeah, 410 seems close enough. Oh, 408 is where it ends. Oh, okay. Okay, so we can expect some sort of cliffhanger for chapter 408. We could definitely expect some sort of cliffhanger for chapter 408. Something big. Something chunky. I like them big. I like them chunky. I like them big. I like them chunky. Our predictions are all just reaction based. Nothing beyond next chapter seems too visible. Yeah. I mean, I predicted some stuff, but beats the fuck out of me. I predicted some stuff, but beats the fuck out of me, man. It's kind of hard to know. We're just like in a really weird position where it's like it's hard to know. And there isn't like too much I can talk about here. That's the stuff that sucks. Right? Any stuff you're gonna buy at Buy-E? I've been trying to like cut down a little bit. I bought a little too much, I've been kind of trying to cut down a little bit. There is stuff I want to buy. But it's expensive. So I'm trying to save up a little bit before I go and spend some more. Luckily, I'm trying to do some orders. I've been trying to do some editing orders so I can have some extra cash. That way I can, have some extra money in case. And then I can maybe use some of it to buy things. So I got that going for me. Okay. I'm going to call it for now. Thank you guys for watching. If you remember, if you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing, like button, like, I'll keep up with the uploads, all the fun stuff. Support me on Patreon if you can. I would really appreciate it. What else we got? I always forget. Join the Discord. Follow me on Twitter. That's it. I've been Fate. Remember, let's mosey. Reishi's trolling with his Reishi's trolling us with his unpredictable writing. He says that I recall he said everything that's happening makes sense for where the story is going and what's been going on. He said he knows he's writing. He knows what he's writing will be a little divisive, but he pretty much just saying it's like it's gonna make sense once it all clicks together. So literally, he's kind of challenging a bit of your faith. Like he knows people are like reacting and will keep reacting, and it just kind of sucks. Like it just blows, you know. The new book, um, 408 is where the last chapter of the year, ending 2025 on a cliffhanger. Holy shit! What? 408 will be the last chapter of the year. Oh, phooey. Oh, phooey. Oh man. And then don't we have like a 2 week break or something for like New Year's or something like that? Oof. Oof. Oh man, we're in for a ride. Oh jeez. We're in for a frickin' ride. Here's hoping we end the year on a good note. Here's hoping we end the year on a half decent note. That would be, oh boy. Both predictable and unpredictable. Oh boy. Here's hoping we end the year on a half decent note, or at least start the year with a decent note. Whew. I forgot the year's almost over. I literally forgot the year was almost over. Man, oh man. Okay. I'll see you guys another time. I'm gonna call it here. Take care. Have a good day.